妙是神仙亦难尽言，天即成地即立，万物其北东土，无人焉，缺少女男，纳时节为母，我无奈之处，方舍我9六子7将，凡间屡次的差援佛东土，而下来一次反一次不肯至，凡无奈何为母，我造下且93山颇弘罪了菩萨，佛难设一个大仙时其来洗澡，趁机会先一邪收回礼天，众佛自救醒来，不见母面，又不见先一邪，可在哪边老母娘的心生？4为娘，我悲痛泪源子呼唤尔众等速东奔，莫要再敛，如若是先一邪教与尔等尔，哪个亦不肯再是至凡折树枝和树叶，遮寒地冷饿了失踪国子，可引心玄众佛子如调回悲哀悲叹，问母我至何时方把家还母？言答3期末，打开普度清烧书清寂性清度佛缘，降道乃为救良善，降劫乃为收恶煞，血泪以于叹子归，须用真心体会老母娘的心声。末节时期把握经现效圣法前，不为考验，坚守愿解共赴龙华，极乐国任逍遥，随意玩耍，成青龙化彩凤，无量尊严在里天极乐之天国里，任意逍遥游玩，随意玩耍，成其青龙，化作彩色凤凰，任意去来，显现无量尊贵与庄严，不惧寒，不惧暑，无数无环，无阴阳，无对待，至理纯然理天，无寒暑冷热，总是恰是温度，无拘无束，亦无阴阳之对待，只有纯然一环理气。理天以教拨一切阴阳对待，故无阴阳寒暑之分别对待，自性至理纯然，通达无碍，故无束无管，暇无事，任遨游先天妙境，能卷来或下棋，或将琴弹弦，暇无事则任意遨游，观赏先天美妙景致，或下棋娱乐，或弹琴消遣，理天之境不能卷之事，举凡一切活动皆随心之所至，意之所乐而为之。吃的是仙桃果琼浆玉一穿的是穿云鞋仙衣仙衫，吃的是仙桃仙果，喝的是琼浆玉一，穿的是仙衣仙鞋。仙桃果蟠桃之果实，亦称仙桃。蟠桃实洲际东海有山名度所山，上有大桃树，盘曲3000里，曰盘木。武帝内传7月7日，西王母降，以仙桃4颗与帝，帝时折收其核，欲种之。母曰：此桃3000年一时，中下地薄，种之不生。帝乃止。论无极为圣欲至善宝净净而因通万化万类根源理天是至善宝地，是无极的境界，至圣之疆域。此地至虚至境感而遂通万物之造化，是一切万物之根源所在。 自从那骄子会气数以道为母，我命西佛治理坤乾一元12会子会开天丑会替地寅会生人卯会辰会巳会午会未会申会人灭酉会地灭戌会天灭亥会混沌每会各10800年，一元共129600年。西佛治世，三佛收元。西佛治世，南方是爱佛6000年，北方生玉佛4800年，即10800年。卯会东方甲三春佛3720年，西方有长庚佛7080年，即10800年。辰会西北方空谷佛5284年，东南方龙野佛5516年，即10800年。四会东北方祭天佛5800年，伏羲是代理佛500年，即6300年。五会中三佛收元然灯古佛青阳旗掌天盘，莲慈会释迦文佛红阳旗掌天盘，灵山会弥勒古佛白阳旗掌天盘，龙华会万八在气数足天使成就，又代指丑会满地是完全子会开天10800年，天成就丑会替地10800年，地完全至为会数景，至是圆满。母会元灵收回，又会灭地，戌会灭天，亥会重回混沌星气，生为天盘部，至星斗浊气，讲名为地土海山川星星之气，上升则为天。满天部满着河汉星斗，此为气界所居之处。重浊之气下降则为地，大地为重浊之气所凝结而成，形成了土海山川，此为象界所居之处。至寅会天地交日月和照会阴阳和阴晕，万类生全子会开天，丑会替地，已完成阴阳二气之分判。寅会之时，天地阴阳之气相交，日月叠相交替，阴阳阴晕而欲生万物品类，此即是先天妙开辟之本无极静态及动黄及坤乾，此即是先天妙理开天辟地之本源。无极主静，属理天；太极主动，属气天；黄极主化，属象天。道即理，理即道虚灵之妙道，生一一，生二二，又生三道，即是理。理即是道，至虚至灵，万物本源之奥妙运用。道本虚灵，能生一，一能生二，二能生三，三能生万物。无极生太极，太极生两仪，两仪生三才，三才者天地人，万物因之而生，生化万物图。
e://LCC_LCC_2/
意图象极，生化5万点。
JPG
天既成地既立，万物其北东土地，无人焉，缺少女男。天地既成，万物以其北， 这就是向天，亦称娑婆世界、贪苦世界、苦海、此岸、东土等等名称，不一而足。这世界被创立之后，尚无人烟，缺少男女，整个世界乏人管理统治。那时桀为母，我无奈之处，方舍我救六子七将凡间。由于天地有定数，子会开天，丑会辟地，寅会需要有人降生。时机已至，老母娘亦有无奈之处，才舍下皇母之九六元胎佛子，一起降临凡间，接受种种历练，屡次的差援佛东土而下来一次反一次不肯至凡，于是老母娘每次差遣援佛子下凡降临东土，每来一次又回去一次，就是不肯留下来治理凡间东土。无奈何为我造下血救三山坡洪罪了菩萨佛，身在无可奈何之下，老母娘只好造下解救。在三山坡洪罪了原本就是佛菩萨的原胎佛子，设一个大仙池其来洗澡，趁机会先衣邪收回礼天。老母娘还设一个大仙池，好让大家一起来洗澡，趁机会将大家的仙衣仙鞋都收回礼天。众佛子就醒来，不见母面，又不见仙衣鞋可在哪边。众佛子就醒之后，却见不到老母娘，又不见仙衣仙鞋。为娘我悲痛泪源自呼唤耳，众等速东奔，莫要再敛。老母娘因为要与众原胎佛子分离，故而心中感到悲痛而流泪，并且呼唤众佛子速速往东土而去，千万别再留恋于礼天之舒适自在。如若是仙衣邪教与尔等儿，哪个亦不肯再是临凡。老母娘若把仙衣仙鞋交给原胎佛子，则又没有一个肯降临凡间留下来治理世界。这树枝和树叶遮寒地冷，饿了失踪佛子和隐星全到了凡间。若天气寒冷，就折些树枝和树叶来遮盖身体，以御寒地冷。若肚子饿了，就取松子柏子吃；口渴了，就取清凉泉水喝。众佛子如调回悲哀悲叹，问母我至何时方把家还？众佛子听了老母娘如此吩咐，皆如吊失了魂魄一般，悲伤地哀嚎叹息，纷纷问老母娘：我们到什么时候才能回家呢？母言答：三期末大开普度，清烧书清寂，信清度佛缘。老母娘回答说，等到三期末节大开普度的时候，老母娘会亲自烧书寄信给大家，并且亲自来度化众原胎佛子，告一回家之路。家相信书皇母训子十戒以及仙佛圣训，都是皇母烧书信度化佛子众生。 众儿女心有一悲，生大放为母。我写合同赋予。黄元听了老母娘的话语，众元开佛子，心中犹存惊疑，悲伤地放声大哭。老母娘见众佛子如此惊疑悲痛，于是写下了合同给众元佛子，以作为将来回天之凭证。求道时的合同皆是凭证。自此，我元佛子东土而奔至世界为男女在地人焉。从此，黄母之元开佛子便向东土奔驰而去，便治理世界，或为男，或为女，并传递人间烟火。母子分各东西，好不难过。自此，我众佛子受尽熬煎子各分东西，令老母娘内心好难过。而众佛子自此以后却受尽无限的折磨与煎熬。唐李白不通师名利图煎熬，安的咸鱼不。至今时区只算6万年，载每想而在世苦，母心难安。自三山坡一别到现在，屈指算来已有6万年了。自寅会生人以来，至今未知出，已将近6万年时光。每每想起众佛子在世间受苦受难，黄母内心就难以安舒。一别千古，一别6万多年。今时夏运也至为母，降道差三佛半没，后普度收圆。现在时运已经到了，为唤回在世间受苦的元佛子，老母娘降下了大道，指引众生回天之路，并差遣三佛办理末后一着的普度收圆。三佛燃灯古佛、释迦牟尼佛、弥勒佛，如何与老母娘同在一任理时修一理，不依人修道，任指真一人一出错，一理是良心，二行公了愿，天不能言，地不能喻，人能弘道，非道弘人。结论而的敦厚善良，造就母的完美圆满，儿的光明坦荡，照耀母的灵明清虚，儿的柔和宁静凝聚，母的慈悲感应，儿的知足感恩建立，母的欢乐喜乐，儿的无私无我辉映，母的无边无量，儿的屹立不摇弃入，母的永垂不朽。本尊与分身关系。
On call.
资料来源网址
https://drive.google.com/files/d/0b_cause1z_view pref equals 2 and ple equals 1 and page equals 109538991504767448305。
黄母家书。吴生母写书一封情传育儿女之音，为儿女东土受灾遭濒临瘟疫染身，快回心修持一贯龙华会好见娘亲。正月里是新春，老母哭儿泪湿巾，儿女们入迷津速寻门路找娘亲。一封书信传给你儿女，见信早回心。 养生法习要勤回家，真诀要记存。呼吸调顺，先天气涵养本来一点真。此事还缘一名路不修难见老娘亲。2月里龙头台老母哭儿泪满腮。一封书早寄来，儿女莫迷酒色财。若不速寻明觉路，丧在苦节怨谁来？真天道世上摆酒，转单到明世界。这事还加明白路，一步一步登瑶台。苦修中有团圆日，母见儿女心花开。3月里3月3蟠桃会上演群仙。老母见儿多迷世书信，这才往下传。久恋红尘无回日，老母想儿传法言。真天道大法传不度，无缘度有缘。有时儿女登舟罢，吃了仙丹到娘前。仙丹原是自身有，老母传法快炼丹。杏光炼足16两，老母见了心欢喜。4月里立了下元姓，儿女落谁家？一封书信写完毕，3叫替娘去传法。真天道明传下几个立志炼黄牙。有心儿女快醒醒，顺着路线练回家。3跪9叩拜老母娘，见儿还喜气家。5月里端阳天，提起儿女娘泪怜。儿女们坠苦烦，不知回头登法传。一封书信早寄去，怎么不见儿回还？真天道大法传，无眼痴迷不敢前。贪吃荤腥不斋戒，拉下冤杖何时完？刀兵劫内死的苦，瘟疫水火更伤惨。娘为儿女遭劫难，设立天道劝臣凡。真道全凭一贯掌，还原绝路精明传。凡体练成金刚体，后天练得反先天。6月里热难当，老母想儿哭断肠。傻儿女丧天良，不知回家笑老娘。贪恋恩爱和名利，使心用计昼夜忙。黄泉路上无老少，地狱苦行更难挡。先天道破黄梁，到处劝化立佛堂。有志儿女快进道，线路断时空叫娘。早寻婴儿会，差女进食奥妙莲花香。7月里7月7，老母哭儿泪悲涕。儿女迷向哪里去？寄去书信知不知？机传训度于迷，世上真道只有一。有时儿女静心炼阴阳，炼成金丹力。公园果满丹书照，天风绝为佛仙奇。8月里中秋节，老母哭儿泪悲切。叹儿女将遭劫，因耳气震随了邪。老娘书信凭寄去，不参娘亦将书撇。你遭劫苦，娘心挂苦口，良言心切切。借机比沙盘，且呼唤儿女先圆结。有志儿女速进步，公园好去朝金阙。9月里重阳天，老母哭儿泪不甘。傻儿女失本源，忘了本性被仙佛。一封书信唤不醒，坠在苦劫万万年。立天道驾慈传明，劝明讲度有缘。指望儿女脱苦恼，莫负娘的好心田。为众儿女泪难止，娘的心思急乱传。10月里立了东，老母哭儿泪双亲。哭儿女不体情境，把自己性命坑。一封书信不参悟，劳心劳力耗神经。3宝耗尽归阴府，往来轮回受苦情。 立天道化群盟快登道暗恋千拱，采取三花顶中面舌尖甘露自春荣。乾坤交太升真体10月到胎生天宫，儿女早醒求天道失此机会遭劫凶。11月仲冬到老娘哭儿泪悲号，儿女们那知晓竟把娘恩义慨抛。书信寄来有多少，为何气却如草毛？本来信全昧了，准备节来受苦熬。有缘儿女速登岸节来想修就晚了。老母喜的道德高，老母喜的道德高。12月整1年，老母盼儿心愁烦。儿和女妹心甜，为何一去不回还？想儿娘才写书信，儿女你竟忘老娘。你知贪恋假色相，难舍恩爱冤孽缠。大劫至甚伤惨苦，劫死的绝人焉。财产无恩爱，晚死坠地狱身难翻。皆为娘钱缺了，孝娘的书信撇一边。老母越想心烦恼，书信撕碎不度烦。停了渡开了船，想修天道难上难。刀兵劫瘟疫染火，也烧来水也淹。罡风起太伤惨，天塌地陷人死完。当初渡你不回转，看看可怜不可怜。修道儿女升天去，自去逍遥为佛仙。不论老少男共女，不论富贵与贫寒，皆的天盘享快乐，再不叫你临苦烦。修道在世也安稳，半故俗情半修仙。娘差佛仙护佑你，大劫来时不爱咱。老母并无需言语，儿女不信迷凡间。听左道小人言，不修天道难还原。天堂地狱两条路，儿女个人打算盘。老娘切主难言，禁止短话长写不全。唯望儿女把船上，儿女的安娘心安。还加绝路界乱民，佛子系参黄庭经。欲扫尘缘心仙境，看破假象终成空。气不妄动能伏虎，心不妄动降的龙。止于至善极乐国境，极生动元阳身。采取抽天乾坤太臭皮囊里产仙童。九转丹诀切要与外而治，和内治中。是真元人才惊醒，一件书信将传灯。立志脱了家和所，性命双修超攀龙。在世能孝父和母，道成义孝老无生。不负老母疼，儿女日月寄书唤于门。htt
中华圣母词语诗母宋义门时集了。译者相之集，吴相宋氏以辽之。二着魔之集，智慧正见以辽之。三好大之集，兼言所缘以辽之。四善度之集，戒定慧行以辽之。五浮躁之集，涵养性情以辽之。六欲望之集，淡泊明志以辽之。七懈怠之集，勤奋精进以辽之。八罪愆之集，忏悔建功以辽之。九无名之集，真人做主以辽之。十口过之集，正缘溯源以辽之。修道的起点是放下，修道的终点是零极限。办道的起点是任劳，办道的终点是无为。 要往修行圆满的方向迈进，去除杂念欲望，扫除心中尘垢，让心归零归空。零代表自信，代表无极，代表圆满。心归零则会清净，性归零则会圆明，身归零则会淡定，事归零则会单纯。不要只办道，不培内德，要当自己的良医。自己的贪嗔好高我慢。
Equandao's objectives. Equandao is the very quintessence of the 5,000 years of Chinese history. Equandao is preached for the objectives as follows: worship the heaven and earth, salute to the gods, be patriotic to the country and devoted to duties, be appropriately behaved and courteous, respect parents in filial piety as well as teachers, trust friends and neighbors, rectify our sins toward righteousness, honor 5 ethics and 8 morals, elucidate sagacious doctrines, faithfully observe guiding rules, clarify our mind and purify ourselves out of worry, restore to our very nature, enlighten our intuitive ability and conscience, regulate ourselves and others alike, enlighten ourselves and well-being for the entire world. Copied from Equandao's Association.
道之宗旨敬，天地理神明，爱国忠志敦敬，崇礼孝父母，重知尊信朋友，和乡邻改恶向，善讲明五伦八德，阐发五教，圣人之奥止克，尊父为纲常之，古礼洗心涤虑，借假修真，恢复本性之自然，启发良知良能之。至善己利利人，己达达人晚，世界为清平化，人心为良善济，世界为大同。
旅行开荒实用英文手册第一部分日常生活语句1点
Hello hi.
Hello hi 2点
Good morning.
早安3点
Good afternoon.
午安4点
Good evening.
晚安下午3点以后5点
Good night.
晚安睡前或晚上再见时用6点
How are you?
你好吗7点
Fine, thank you. And how are you?
我很好你呢8点
How do you do?
你好吗用于第一次见面回答一同9点
Nice to see you.
很高兴与你见面10点
I must be going now.
我必须走了1点
Have a nice day.
祝你有愉快的一天2点
I hope you had a good time tonight.
祝你有个愉快的晚上3点
Goodbye. See you.
再见4点
Pardon.
请再说一遍5点
Sorry. I don't understand.
对不起我不懂你的意思6点
Please speak slowly.
请再说慢一点7点
Do you speak English?
你说英文吗8点
Thank you very much.
非常谢谢你9点
You are so kind.
你真好20点
You are welcome.
不用客气 2点
Sorry./I am sorry.
抱歉2点
Excuse me.
抱歉打扰一下3点
That's alright.
没关系4点
Never mind.
别放在心上5点
I agree.
我同意6点
That's right.
对7点
It sounds nice.
听起来不错8点
That's too bad.
太可惜了9点
I hope so.
希望如此30点
That's fine.
很好3点
Can you do me a favor?
能帮我个忙吗2点
Please fill in this immigration form for me.
请帮我填入境登记表3点
What should I fill in here?
这里要填什么4点
Please fill in the hotel name for me.
请帮我填旅馆名称5点
Please help me to fill in the declaration form.
请帮我填报税单6点
For house rent, should I go to a U.S. immigration for registration?
租房子需要到移民局报备吗7点
What's the matter?
怎么了？发生什么事了8点
What for?
为什么9点
Where do you live?
你住哪里40点
Can you speak English?
你会说英文吗41点
Are you sure?
你确定吗42点
May I have your business card or address and telephone number?
请给我你的名片或是地址电话好吗43点
Excuse me, how can I get to this address?
请问到这地址怎么走44点
How much?
多少钱45点
How far?
有多远46点
How long?
要多久47点
Do you have the time?
你知道现在几点吗48点
What time is it?
你知道现在几点吗49点
Is Mr. White at home?
怀特先生在家吗50点
May I speak to Mrs. Brown?
我找布朗太太51点
Could I visit you tomorrow?
我明天能拜访你吗52点
Are you free?
你有空吗53点
Please come in.
请进54点
Please put on these slippers.
请穿拖鞋55点
Make yourself at home.
请不要拘束56点
Would you like coffee or tea?
要喝咖啡还是茶57点
Some more crackers.
要不要再吃些饼干58点
I hope you like Chinese food.
希望你喜欢中国菜59点
Why don't you stay for night?
你何不在这过夜60点
Please stay longer.
请再久一点61点
I hope that you will come more often.
希望你以后更常来62点
You can come visit us anytime.
你可以随时来找我们63点
We certainly enjoyed your company.
和您在一起我们十分愉快64点
Come visit us again.
要再来拜访我们。65点，
See you again.
再见。66点，
We just arrived from Taiwan.
我们刚从台湾搬来。67点，
May I use your telephone? Mine is out of order.
能不能借用你的手机？我的故障了。68点，
When you have time, please come over for a chat.
有空请过来聊一聊。69点，
Hello, sir. Is Mrs. Lee at home?
你好，请问李太太在家吗？70点，
I come from Dow Center.
我是盛唐来的。71点，
Could I visit him/her?
我能拜访他吗？72点，
You are our good friend.
你是我们很好的朋友。73点，
Thank you for your help.
谢谢您的帮忙，
I appreciate your kindness and support.
很感激你的照顾。
Please come to Dow Center when you have time.
有空请常来盛唐。74点，
Can you come here to study the Buddhist religion?
请来学习礼节。75点，
Please come here and study the truth when you have time.
有空请来研究道理。76点，
Today our teacher will talk about the good truth.
今天我们讲师要说很好的道理。77点，
If you have any questions about Tao, please ask me.
有任何问题可以提出。78点，
I greatly appreciate you giving me a chance.
感谢你给我这个机会。79点，
This is our first time to be here.
我们初来此地，
Language is not easy for us.
语言不通顺，
Please help us.
请多帮忙。80点，
Thank you for your kindness.
感谢慈悲。81点，
All thanks to the Lord.
感谢上天。82点，
Could you invite more people to come to our center?
请您多找人来佛堂好吗？83点，
All of your family are doing charitable things.
你们家都在做善事，
Such people and family will be blessed with happiness and health.
上天会保佑这样的人幸福健康。84点，
The Lord will help the people who do charitable things, because they have merits.
上天保佑善人，因为他们有功德。
善道理之一，善道全引导。Before conducting the Dao Transmitting Ceremony， 办道之前 ，Before conducting the Dao Transmitting Ceremony， aware of the tea and fresh food to God at the holy altar to show our seriousness and sincere. This is a very solemn traditional Chinese ceremony of the Zhou dynasty about 3,000 years ago. We would like to ask the gentleman to stand on the right-hand side of the room, and the ladies on the left-hand side of the room. Please observe with silence throughout the ceremony. Please also ensure that your wearing is neat and tidy, and make sure that all buttons are secured in place. Thank you. 办道礼节2，请谈议论填表。Content ceremony 进行典礼。The master is now completing the ceremony. This ceremony is to invite the grace of God, the Buddha angels, to come to this holy altar. During this ceremony, all the Buddha and angels has come to protect this holy altar. The Buddha and angels protect this holy altar so that the master can transmit the Tao to us. Book of Life 龙天表 The master is reading the Ascended Statement. This is to present our thankfulness toward the God, Heavenly Mother, to report the Heavenly Mother that you are willing to receive the device, treasure, Tao. When your names are reported on the Book of Life, that means your names are deleted from the hell and registered in the heaven. After your death, the Buddha and angels will not bring your spirit to the hell, but to heaven. 办道礼节3，领导礼拜与答话。Guiding praying 引导礼拜。Please come up here and kneel down on the cushion. Please focus your sight on the middle line. Please focus your attention on the middle line. Take 3 incense with both hands. Make a bow. Take 1 piece of incense and put it in the center of the urn. Please use your left hand. Make another bow. Take another piece of incense and put it at the right side of the urn. Make the last piece of incense and put it at the left side of the urn. Please bend down and pray. Times. First prayer, second prayer, third prayer. 亦可用 take 1, 2, 3, 4. Put your left hand on the top and cover your right hand and place your both hands on your chest. When you pray, please pray like this on the cushion. Take. Please stand up. Please follow my action. Do not worry and take it easy. If you cannot follow me, please tell me, and I will do it again for you. Guiding answering 引导答话 When you hear your name, please say yes or here. If your name is not correctly called, please tell us at once. If you cannot follow me, please tell me, and I will say it again for you. 办道理结束，请导师介绍与历练。Introducer and Grant 隐私与导师。Introducer is the person who brought us or introduced us to the knowledge of Tao. The introducer tells you that the Tao is not a purpose religious state. Issue does not make any money or benefit. from such introduction. The grantor is the person who owns this holy altar. The grantor built this holy altar so that we can have the chance, place to receive the Tao. The grantor is the person who makes a guarantee that we have a appropriate character and virtues to receive the Tao, and then we are a good citizen of the country. Because of the effort and sincerity from the introducer and the grantor, one can have the chance to receive the precious Tao. Now the introducer and the grantor are going to kneel down before the God, Heavenly Mother, to take a vow to show her sincerity. Taking vow, 立愿. With all my sincere heart, I kneel down before the Heavenly Mother, God above. Today, I am willing to declare my sincerity to introduce and to guarantee the person to receive the greater Tao and the true propagation of their nature. I declare that if this is a purpose, religious sect, if I guide this person to a wrong direction, if I get any money from this introduction, if the person I introduce is not with the appropriate character and virtues, I am willing to be punished by heaven, God above. This is a very solemn and serious oath vow.
茅山道士求道即在天道的传道历程中，宗教信徒一直是最难度的一部分。香港有一位湛庆道亲，对道十分虔诚，一家大小都是道亲，唯独无法度他的哥哥求道。因为他的哥哥是茅山道的传奇人，他的哥哥学道术已经到了可以知道过去及未来发生的事，且用符水起眼后可以看到灵界鬼神，可以直接与鬼神交谈，因此任他弟弟说破3寸不烂之舌，也说不动他来求道。因为道是无形无相，没有有相的法术可以折服他。有一天战长天因为要超拔父亲，于是告诉他哥哥战长跟你不信道没有关系，但是今天要超拔爸爸，所以无论如何你一定要来。千辛万苦地把他哥哥拉到佛堂，原本希望他顺便求道，但他哥哥死也不肯，没求道不能进佛堂，只好让他坐在佛堂外的院子里。庄严肃穆的超拔仪式开始了。战长天虔诚地顶着他父亲的名先跪在佛前，心想终于能为父亲尽点孝道，便传师呼仙时， 在佛堂外门口处的支里也呼叫他父亲的名字。这仪式叫呼仙，是呼叫亡灵进佛堂以受名师意旨的仪式。这时站在佛堂外面的站长僧亲眼看到他父亲身着污秽破烂的衣服，满面鲜血淋漓地走过来，他一时兴奋，拉着他父亲的手直叫爸爸爸爸，然他父亲理也不理，甚至不看他一眼，把他的手甩开就走进佛堂。他父亲是在共党占据大陆以后被共产党活活打死的。他还记得他父亲临终便是个模样，经过了那么久，一点都没有改变。不一会儿，超拔仪式结束了，他又看到他父亲走了出来，但却换了一身干净的衣服，脸上的血迹不知怎么也不见了，全身散发出一种和煦的光华。他又上前去唤他父亲，他父亲不理会，他又拉住父亲的手，父亲还是把他甩开，而跟着一位面容圣洁慈祥的仙人腾空而上，不久就消失无踪了。原来亡灵得道后，便有仙佛来接引，直回离天。这位茅山道士在亲眼目睹了父亲亡灵得道历程，不得不相信天道虽没有神通法术，但确实能超生了死。于是急急忙忙地冲进佛堂，我现在要求到每个人都以为他在开玩笑，刚才劝你老半天口都说干了，说什么你也不求，怎么现在突然要求了？于是他将超拔时他在佛堂外所见到的一切从头说起，他们才相信他真的要求到了。战长天心中激动不已，一方面欣喜他父亲已超生了死，另一方面他哥哥终于要求到了。见传师随即为这位茅山道士准备办道，他终于跪在弥勒祖师面前，步入弥勒慈悲的道门。而当点传师传三宝时，他竟然看到观音菩萨现身，借着点传师的肉身来点道。他惊奇的目瞪口呆，突然说：“等一下！”他们以为他又反悔不求了，没想到他说这么好的道，我要把全家都带来一起求。于是他立刻赶回家，把全家大小都带到佛堂来一起求了个珍贵的大道。求道以后，他深刻体认到道术虽然可以看到别人看不到的，可以做别人做不到的，但却不能超生了死。学了一身道术而脱不了轮回，学得再多再精都没有用，所以不久把他的徒子喜孙们都带到佛堂一起求道。从此弥勒门下又多了一批生力军。资料来源：
https://www.facebook.com/permalink.php_story_vid equals 433,827,129,295 and it equals 100,562,308,700。
庄子新增了5张星象片。5月15日12:07分。
66条经典禅语。侠客文章1点，人之所以痛苦，在于追求错误的东西。2点，如果你不给自己烦恼，别人也永远不可能给你烦恼，因为你自己的内心你放不下。3点，你永远要感谢给你逆境的众生。4点，你永远要宽恕众生，不论他有多坏，甚至他伤害过你，你一定要放下，才能得到真正的快乐。5点，当你快乐时，你要想，这快乐不是永恒的。当你痛苦时，你要想这痛苦也不是永恒。6点，今日的执着会造成明日的后悔。7点，你可以拥有爱，但不要执着，因为分离是必然的。8点，不要浪费你的生命在你一定会后悔的地方上。9点，你什么时候放下，什么时候就没有烦恼。10点，每一种创伤都是一种成熟。11点，狂妄的人有救，自卑的人没有救。认识自己，降服自己，改变自己，才能改变别人。12点，你不要一直不满人家，你应该一直检讨自己才对。不满人家，是苦了你自己。13点，一个人如果不能从内心去原谅别人，那他就永远不会心安理得。14点，心中装满着自己的看法与想法的人，永远听不见别人的心声。15点，毁灭人只要一句话，培植一个人却要1000句话，请你多口下留情。16点，根本不必回头去看咒骂你的人是谁。如果有一条疯狗咬你一口，难道你也要趴下去反咬它一口吗？17点，永远不要浪费你的1分1秒去想任何你不喜欢的人。18点，请你用慈悲心和温和的态度，把你的不满与委屈说出来，别人就容易接受。19点，同样的瓶子，你为什么要装毒药呢？同样的心理，你为什么要充满着烦恼呢？20点，得不到的东西，我们会一直以为它是美好的，那是因为你对它了解太少，没有时间与它相处在一起。当有一天你深入了解后，你会发现原不是你想象中的那么美好。21点，活着一天就是有福气，就该珍惜。当我哭泣我没有鞋子穿的时候，我发现有人却没有脚。22点，多1分心力去注意别人， 就少1分心力反省自己，你懂吗？23点憎恨别人对自己是一种很大的损失。24点每一个人都拥有生命，但并非每个人都懂得生命，乃至于珍惜生命。不了解生命的人，生命对他来说是一种惩罚。25点情执是苦恼的原因，放下情执，你才能得到自在。26点不要太肯定自己的看法，这样子比较少后悔。27点当你对自己诚实的时候，世界上没有人能够欺骗得了你。28点用伤害别人的手段来掩饰自己缺点的人是可耻的。29点默默的关怀与祝福别人，那是一种无形的布施。30点不要刻意去猜测他人的想法，如果你没有智慧与经验的正确判断，通常都会有错误的。31点要了解一个人，只需要看他的出发点与目的的是否相同，就可以知道他是否真心的。32点人生的真理，只是藏在平淡无味之中。33点不洗澡的人，硬擦香水是不会香的。名声与尊贵，是来自于真才实学的，有德自然香。原谅别人，就是给自己心中留下空间，以便回旋。34点时间总会过去的，让时间流走你的烦恼吧。35点你硬要把单纯的事情看得很严重，那样子你会很痛苦。36点永远扭曲别人善意的人，无药可救。37点说一句谎话，要编造10句谎话来弥补，何苦呢？38点白白的过一天，无所事事，就像犯了窃盗罪一样。39点广结众缘，就是不要去伤害任何一个人。40点沈默是诽谤最好的答复。41点对人恭敬，就是在庄严你自己。42点拥有一颗无私的爱心，便拥有了一切。43点来是偶然的，走是必然的，所以你必须随缘不变，不变随缘。44点慈悲是你最好的武器。45点只要面对现实，你才能超越现实。46点良心是每一个人最公正的审判官，你骗得了别人，却永远骗不了你自己的良心。47点不懂得自爱的人，是没有能力去爱别人的。48点有时候我们要冷静问问自己，我们在追求什么？我们活着为了什么？49点不要因为小小的争执远离了你至亲的好友，也不要因为小小的怨恨忘记了别人的大恩。50点感谢上苍我所拥有的，感谢上苍我所没有的。51点凡事能站在别人的角度为他人着想，这个就是慈悲。52点说话不要有攻击性， 不要有杀伤力，不夸己能，不扬人恶，自然能化敌为友。53点诚实的面对你内心的矛盾和污点，不要欺骗你自己。54点因果不曾亏欠过我们石魔，所以请不要抱怨。55点大多数的人一辈子只做了3件事：自欺欺人，被人欺。56点信是最大的骗子，别人能骗你一时，而他却会骗你一辈子。57点只要自觉心安，东西南北都好。如有一人未渡，切莫自己逃了。58点当你手中抓住一件东西不放时，你只能拥有这件东西。如果你肯放手，你就有机会选择别的。人的心若死执自己的观念，不肯放下，那么他的智慧也只能达到某种程度而已。59点如果你能够平平安安地度过一天，那就是一种福气了。多少人在今天已经见不到明天的太阳，多少人在今天已经成了残废，多少人在今天已经失去了自由，多少人在今天已经家破人亡。60点你有你的生命观，我有我的生命观，我不干涉你，只要我能，我就感化你，如果不能，那我就认命。61点你希望掌握永恒，那你必须控制现在。62点恶口永远不要出自于我们的口中，不管他有多坏，有多恶，你愈骂他，你的心就被污染了。你要想，他就是你的善知识。63点别人可以违背因果，别人可以害我们，打我们，毁谤我们，可是我们不能因此而憎恨别人。为石魔，我们一定要保有一颗完整的本性和一颗清净的心。64点如果一个人没有苦难的感受，就不容易对他人给予同情。你要学救苦救难的精神，就得先受苦受难。65点世界原本就不是属于你，因此你用不着抛弃。要抛弃的是一切的执着。万物皆为我所用，但非我所属。66点虽然我们不能改变周遭的世界，我们就只好改变自己，用慈悲心和智慧心来面对这一切。
3 Triasruas of Tao.
三宝经法主讲者，五净妙翻译者。
Mr. Jerome William McCarthy Index.
目录
Chapter 1 Why are they congratulating me on receiving the Tao?
第一章，为什么他们恭喜我求得天道？
Chapter 2 What is the Tao?
第二章，什么是道？
Chapter 3 What are the 3 treasures?
第三章，何谓三宝？
Chapter 4 Why do the introducer and the sponsor take an oath at the altar?
第四章，为什么引宝要立愿？
Chapter 5 Why I should take an oath before receiving the Tao?
第五章，为什么要立求道愿？
Chapter 6 How to save human beings.
第六章，如何求度众生？
Chapter 1 Why are they congratulating me on receiving the Tao? Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my heartiest congratulations to you, for this is your most auspicious day. Today you have received the Tao, which is the ultimate aim of existence. All of the Buddhas and saints attained the Tao in the past and, by transcending the limitations of birth and death, had become immortal. That which you have received today is the same Tao. Formerly, one who intended to receive the Tao had to abandon worldly possessions and enjoyments. If he was a king, he had to abandon his kingdom. If he was a high official, he had to resign his high position, leave his family and go to the remote mountains to seek a master who would transmit the Tao to him. After much suffering he would gradually perfect his conduct, purify his mind and heart and perform many good deeds. For his sincerity, God would send Buddha to transmit the Tao to him. Under such conditions a person able to succeed was hard to find. During that period the Tao was secretly transmitted from one patriarch to another.
第一章，为什么他们恭喜我求得天道？各位先生、太太、小姐，首先让我衷心的恭喜你们，因为今天是你们大喜的日子。今天你们得了道，道是至宝，道超出了一切。每一位古圣先贤佛祖皆于古代求得天道，故他们能超出生死之界限而永存。今天你们所得的道即同他们其时所得的道一样。在古时，人要得道必须弃他在世界上所拥有之一切与享受。假如他是一位皇帝，也必须弃他的江山；假如他是一位大，他必须舍弃他的觉，离开家人，入深山寻访能够指点他途径，传授大道给他的名师。在他经历了千辛万苦之后，同时已将凡心修炼成佛心，并已达至圆满之行为，以及做了许多善事，在他至诚之下，终于感动上天之心，派遣佛来指点，传授大道给他。在如此之情况下，成功者非常稀少。在那时，道是由一代祖师秘传给下一代祖师。
Today we need not go to the remote mountains in order to cultivate ourselves. We may find the means to do so in our own environment. Therefore we must take full advantage of our fortunate circumstances because we are in close proximity to the Tao. Why is the Tao so accessible to us at this time? It is because mankind is facing great calamities which signal the destruction of the human race. What is the cause of these calamities? In this modern age, most people blindly worship technical science and neglect spiritual harmony. They believe that the power of mankind can surpass nature and that science is almighty and can solve all human problems. It would seem as though conscience or soul are only religious terms and had no real existence. Most people do not recognize their true selves, which are indestructible and immortal. Actually, the true self is the master of the mortal body. Today most people have lost their consciences, harming others in order to benefit themselves. Those evils which human beings are now committing will cause great disasters, the likes of which had never been witnessed before. This will be the final calamity in which the human race, the immortals of space, and the ghosts in hell will all be destroyed.
然而现在我们不需要到深山去，而我们一默修行。何以我们能如此容易就得到这事？因为时代不同了。现在人类面对劫难之来临，末劫就要来到，末劫将会毁灭全人类。劫难是怎样造成的？原因是在此今世纪，多数的人们共盲目崇拜科学，而不注重心灵的完善。他们相信人类的力量能超出大自然，科学是高于一切，科学是万能，科学能解一切人类之问题。而良心、灵性仅是宗教之名词，它永不能实现。人们不认识真理。真理是我们之良心、道心、真我本体，它不灭，万物长存。它是主持我一生之主人翁。如今世上的众生，大多数失去了真正的良心，他们造一切之罪恶，因此造成了空前绝后之浩劫。我们称它为末劫。在此浩劫中，不仅全世界的众生，同时起天的大仙、地府的鬼魂都要受劫灭。
However, God, of whose essence we are created, is merciful and compassionate and does not desire that the good people be destroyed along with the evil ones. So God has provided that the Tao be disseminated among mankind and has sent the great teachers, Buddha Shikung and Bodhisattva Yue, to rescue the three kinds of beings, the immortals of space, human beings, and the ghosts in hell, so that they may return to heaven together. Buddha Shikung and Bodhisattva Yue are under the command of God and are responsible for transmitting the Tao to the three kinds of beings. Their duty is to manage the work called the last salvation. The salvation is formless and soundless, and the transmission is performed without preaching. It directly points out the original nature, conscience or soul of mankind, in order that people may realize their true nature and thereby become enlightened.
然而，是我们灵性的至高无上之母亲上帝，是非常的慈悲，一不忍善恶俱焚，因此降下真道，并派名师济公活佛与月慧菩萨降世，挽救三曹弃天之大仙，世界的众生，地府的鬼魂同返天堂。我们师尊师母二位老大人奉老母的命令，真传真守，普渡三曹。他们的责任是办理末后一收圆大事，不立文字，教外别传，直指人心，直指人人不有之良心。灵性使人们见自信而成佛。
When the last calamity arrives, nothing can save mankind except the true way, which is the Tao sent from God. That is why the Tao is widely propagated today to save good people. Ancient people first cultivated themselves and then received the Tao. But today we receive the Tao first and then cultivate ourselves. Therefore, after we have received the Tao, we have to seriously cultivate ourselves. Then we shall automatically be safe from danger, escape from calamities, avoid reincarnation and become saints and Buddhas.
当末劫临头时，没有任何其他方法可以解救众生，除了上帝所降下的唯一之道。因此现在大道普渡善男信女，古人是先修后的，先修道然后才得道，现在我们是先的后修。因此得道以后，我们要真正修道，将来自然能逢凶化吉，躲劫彼难，超生了死，成圣成佛。
Although it is easier for modern people to receive the Tao than it was for past generations, the ability to receive the Tao also depends on each person's condition and background. Today you receive the Tao because you had an affinity with our temple and you and your ancestors have performed many virtuous acts. Possibly you were cultivated in a religion in your previous lives. These conditions allow you to have an affinity for the Tao. Without this affinity you would never receive it.
虽然今人比古人更易得道，然而亦是各凭各之，根基缘分。今天你们得道皆因与佛有缘，前世有行善积德，祖先有德，也许前世有修过五大宗教或其他宗教，因此使你们今天有缘得道，否则将永不能得到。
Chapter 2 What is the Tao? Ladies and gentlemen, you have received the Tao today, but what did you actually receive? What is the Tao? The Tao is the source of everything. Tao is the creator and master of the universe. Tao is God, the supreme power. Before the earth and sky existed, before the creation of the universe, the Tao existed. After the universe is annihilated and nothing remains, the Tao will continue to exist and to create and control a new universe. The Tao is limitless, invisible and formless. It cannot be seen, heard, smelled or touched and is beyond the power of human comprehension. Tao activates everything. Yet we cannot see its action. It works without effort, yet nothing left undone. Man usually calls it nature. Nothing can exist without the Tao because everything depends on it. Tao is God and our soul issues from God's essence. We are God's children.
第2章蛇魔是道，各位今天已经得到。究竟的是蛇魔，蛇魔是道，道是天地人万物之母，道是宇宙之本源，创造者亦即主宰者。道上帝，道至尊至贵之神。当天地还未生之前，一切都未有之前，道已先存在的。当天地毁灭后，道不毁灭，道能再生天地人万物。天地人万物生成了，道其中主宰。道非常奥妙，道无形无相，视而不见，听而不闻，不可嗅，不可捉摸。道超出了人们的想象力而不思议，亦不可言说，一切皆是道所为。然而我见不到道的动作，道是无为而为的，然一切莫不是道所为。人们常称它为自然。假若无道，任何一物不能存在，因为一切都依靠道而的存。道上帝，我们之灵性是上帝所赐，我们是上帝之儿女，上帝是我们之天。
When we speak of the creator of the universe, we call it Tao. When we speak of the ruler of everything, we call it natural law. When we speak of the animating and controlling principle of our being, we call it soul or conscience. When we speak of the creator of our soul, we refer to the Heavenly Mother. In Chinese she is called Lao Mune. All like the above are one and the same.
当我们从它作为宇宙之本源而言，称它为道；在它作为一切之主宰而言，我们称它为理。当它在我们体内，使我们生存并支配肉体时，我们称它为灵性或良心，因为它不与我们本性。我们称它为老，这些名称虽异而其意相同，皆指同一物而言。
Now, what you have actually received is the Tao. Tao is everybody's true self. Today you have been initiated by the teacher and the door of your mind has been opened. Now you are able to understand that the body is not your true self. The body is controlled by the Tao within you.
现在你们的就是道，道是每一个人的真我。今天你们已得名师指点，开了心窍。现在你认识了肉体并非真正的你，而灵性才是真正的你，那位无形无相的。然而在支配你的身体的灵性， 才是真正的你自己。
While you are alive, your soul dwells within your body. As soon as the soul leaves your body, you are dead. Your soul is from God, but your physical body is from your parents. You already had the Tao within you yet did not realize it. Therefore, you had to search for it and had now been fortunate enough to find a teacher who was able to transmit it to you. Previously you believed that the physical body was your true self and behaved accordingly. You were selfish, committing misdeeds, acts of violence, and overindulging in physical pleasures. This condition repeatedly led you into a reincarnation and endless sufferings. Now you understand that your true self is not your physical body but only use the body as a vehicle. You are not limited to this physical body. You are boundless. You are the master of the universe because you have God's essence within you. You are full of mercy and love because you share of God's spirit. Most people today have forgotten all these spiritual characteristics and do not know who they really are. Today you are regaining your conscience, your true self.
每个人活时，灵性在他体内，若灵性一离开，他立刻就死亡。灵性附于天，而肉体由父母而来。因此，事实上我们已有道在身上，为何还要再寻求它，还要有点传师来传授？原因是我们已不认识它了。我们以为肉体真我，而不知它原是假，因此我们变得自私，做了许多错事与罪恶。为了使此色身享受如此，使我们坠入轮回中，遭受无边痛苦。我们不知真正的我乃是灵性，而我们已不是仅限于此肉身。我们是无限的广大，我们是宇宙之主宰，因我们的灵性与老是一体。我们的本性充满了慈悲与爱心，因我们是老之分灵。然而现在人们都失去了这些品性，亦不知它究竟是谁。今天我们得到是的回真我良心。
Chapter 3 What are the three treasures? Today you have received the three treasures. A. The heavenly portal. B. The divine mantra. C. The symbolic seal. A. The first treasure, the heavenly portal. The point where the teacher placed his finger upon your face during the ceremony is called the heavenly portal. It is the abode of your true self and can be described in different ways, such as 1. Original nature. This is the true self, soul, or conscience which is eternal and indestructible. 2. The portal of birth and death. The heavenly portal is the door by which our original nature enters and leaves our body. Confucius asked, who can leave the house without using the door? Why do people not follow this way? 3. The way to heaven. A Buddhist sutra says, heaven is 108,000 miles away. These words are the metaphor which actually means that it was not easy to become enlightened because the true teacher was difficult to find and the Tao was not yet widely propagated. Without the proper understanding of the Tao, heaven seems very far away, but with a real understanding of the Tao, heaven is very near. Today your teacher has pointed out the way for you and you may now ascend to heaven with one step.
第3章何谓三宝经天？你们所得之至宝，亦可称为三宝：一玄观，二口诀，三合同。一第一宝玄观，玄观玄妙莫测之门。玄观点传师向你们指点之处，它有许多名称，一点本性，此是我本来固有的真我灵性良心，它是不毁不灭的，它永远存在。二点生死之门户，玄观是灵性出入身体之门户。孔子曰：谁能出不由户？何莫由思造也。三点通天大陆佛经云：西天108000里，此是譬喻，亦成佛是不易之事，因为名师难访，大道还未普传。然而名师经已指点明路，你一步登天。4点
The main entrance, the heavenly portal is the main entrance. It is situated at the center and not to the left or right, above or below. This entrance was locked after your imperishable spirit entered the body at birth. If the heavenly portal is not unlocked by your teacher, your true self is not able to leave the body by the main entrance at the time of death. Instead, it will have to leave by one of the side gates: A. The eyes, B. The ears, C. The mouth, D. The nose, E. The navel, F. The vertex. If your spirit leaves from the ears, it is reborn as a viviparous animal, such as a horse, pig, cow, sheep, etc. The eyes, it is reborn as an oviparous bird. C. Mouth, it is reborn as a creature of the water, such as a fish, a lobster, etc. The nose, it is reborn as an insect, such as a fly, a moth, a bee, etc. E. Navel, it is reborn as an ordinary person. F. Vertex, it is reborn as a wealthy and powerful person. 4.
正门玄观是正门，它正好位于当中，不偏向左也不偏向右，不在上也不在下。当灵性投入身体后，此门关闭了。假如我们不遇名师指开玄关，临终时我们的灵性将无正门可出离身体，它只能由其他旁门出去，眼耳口鼻肚脐顶门。如果灵性走旁门，亦由耳而出者，来生当为胎生之动物，如马、猪、牛、羊之类。二由眼而出者，来生当为卵生之动物，如飞鸟之类。三由口而出者，来生当为湿生之动物，如鱼虾之类。四由鼻而出者，来生当为化生之动物，如苍蝇、蜜蜂之类。五由肚脐而出者，来生当为平庸之人。六由顶门而出者，来生当为富贵之人。 上述之路乃生死轮回之路，不能脱出生死之苦。点传师点开玄关正门，这是通天之路，我们不必再走四门，不必再坠入轮回受苦。但是我们必须要真修，否则玄关虽开，我们的灵性仍不能返天，因我们还是充满罪恶。灵性为罪恶所是不能自由从正门而出的。5点
In the Bible, Matthew 13:11, John said to his disciples, I baptize you with water to show that you have repented, but that one who will come after me will baptize you with the Holy Spirit and fire. The Tao is transmitted to you in the temple of God through God's sanction and commandment. The holy lamp on the altar symbolizes God. In the transmittal ritual, the teacher uses the incense to lead a line of fire from the holy lamp to your heavenly portal. Then, using his finger, he connects God's spirit with your spirit so that they flow together as one, thereby enlightening you with God's spirit. This is the actual fulfillment of John's prophecy. 5.
圣经上记载，约翰对他的门徒说，我用水给你们施洗，表明你们已悔改。然而在我之后的将用圣灵与火给你们施洗。请记忆，你们是在上帝的宫殿里得到，因为我们有上帝的天命。那盏佛灯代表上帝老。在点道之仪式中，你们已见到点传师以香柱从佛灯引来一条经指向你们的玄关，然后借点传师的手指点在你们的玄关之时，上帝以一的圣灵已点开了你们的心窍，照破了黑暗。现在你们可见到约翰之预言已经实现在你们身上。6点
Sakyamuni Buddha said, I had the great Dharma which is hidden in the eyes. This indicates the location of the heavenly portal. 6.
释迦牟尼佛云无有正法掩藏此语，暗示玄关之意。
Read the second treasure, the divine mantra 1. You have now been given the divine mantra. It is very important to remember it as it will save your life. It is only to be used in extremely dangerous situations. This mantra acts as a powerful spiritual distress signal to the divine forces, much like an SOS transmitted by radio waves. It is to be projected mentally and silently with great concentration, while at the same time focusing the eyes on the heavenly portal and holding the symbolic seal with the hands. Powerful aid will immediately be sent to you in order to rescue you from danger. If you sincerely cultivate yourself, you will always remain under the refuge of Buddha.
第二宝口诀心经或五字真经，一刚才传授口诀给你们，还记得吗？请再说一遍。当性命危险时，你才用此宝，将真经默念口中，手抱合同，你将可被千佛救护，脱离危险。 不过要注意，此口诀仅能于性命危急之时方可运用。假若我们真诚修道，当然我们将受千佛之庇佑。2点
The divine mantra which connects your true self with God. This mantra is without form, sound or color and is the essence of Tao, the underlying and ultimate principle of the universe. This mantra unites your being with that of the Tao, forming a powerful bond. Every great religion indicates this potential unity, but they do not fully understand how to implement and effect it. You now have this knowledge and are familiar with its application.
2心经，口传心受由声音而达入无声因果之真心，由千经万点而达入真经真点。心经心法真空也，真我本性也。3点
The true teaching is transmitted from mind to mind. The true self, the I, the spirit, the mind all indicate the true center of man or his real essence and original indestructible nature, which is identical with Tao. The human being is a microcosm, sharing all the attributes of the macrocosm. Since he is essentially divine, man only needs to understand the nature of reality and align himself with it. The more pure and refined his nature, the more conscious he becomes of his relationship with the Tao. When he realizes that he is one with the Tao, he has become fully enlightened.
3以心传心口传心手，以老之心传于众生之真心，此者老的分灵之心也。
C. The third treasure, the symbolic seal 1. In Chinese, Pa means to combine and Tun means all together. The symbolic seal, which is formed by the two hands joined together, is the golden seal, which is formed by the two hands joined together, is the golden seal which unites us with God. It is like a contract or mutual agreement, which is the actual meaning of Hatun between you and your Heavenly Mother. It acts as a signal, password, or passport. It is a spiritual instrument of identification, as well as symbol with many ramifications. 2. When you hold the symbolic seal, you are united with God. 3. The left hand is good, so it is placed on the outside, covering the right hand. The right hand is often used for evil purposes, such as beating and killing. The right hand is placed on the inside because of its evil propensities and is shielded by the left hand. Together the hands hold the word child, which is formed by the two thumbs in proximity, symbolizing the Chinese word hai, which means child. This hand symbol acts as a direct signal to God. It serves to mobilize heavenly protection and causes the user to escape from any impending calamity. 4. Let us quote some words from the Bible. Matthew 19:13-15. Some people brought children to Jesus for him to place his hands on and to pray for them, but the disciples scolded the people. Jesus said, "Let the children come to me and do not stop them, because the kingdom of heaven belongs to them. He placed his hands on them and then went away. This event illustrates the power and significance of the symbolic seal. At that time Jesus placed his hands on the children's heads and explained that this is the way to God's kingdom. Today we hold the child symbol and realize that we are the children of God and are willing to return to God's presence.
3. 第三告合同一点合同之意，合是合成一体，同是相同，合同象征老赐予我们的经印，表示我们已归根认。我们守抱合同，表示我们要与老合成一体，同老一样，是说与老和灵永不再分开。2点合同，同合，抱起合同，能闭眼罗。3点左手属善当在外，右手属恶居内边。子亥枪掐怀中抱，能脱臼大节关。4点现在让我们引用圣经之语句，有一些人带孩子们到耶稣跟前，求耶稣为他们按手祝福，但是使徒们责备那些人。耶稣说，让孩子们到我这里来，不要阻止他们，因为上帝的国是属于如此的人。耶稣为他们按手祝福，然后离开。从这件事，我们可以了解，它是对合同之一种预言。在那时，耶稣把手按在孩子头上，并说：须如此方能返回天国。如今我们守抱子海觉，并觉悟我们是上帝的儿女，且愿意回返上帝身边。
Chapter 4 Why do the introducer and the sponsor take an oath at the altar before you receive the vow from your teacher? 2 persons take an oath at the altar, one as your introducer and one as your sponsor. Without these 2 persons, the vow will not be transmitted to you. The introducer vouches for your character and guarantees your good conduct. The sponsor guarantees that the vow is the true path and that the teachings are genuine. A vow is also taken to guarantee that any money which you may donate to the temple will only be used for the printing of books and other such noble purposes.
第4章为什么银宝要立愿在典诗还未传到给你之前，有2个人做你的银宝师，先立愿引保你求道，否则典传师不可传道给你。这2人保证你是好人，并发誓他们是引你入正道，并非左道旁门或邪教。他们并非狂哄你的钱财，否则他们愿受天雷诛。你奉献的功德经是来建佛堂、引善书，任何人也不能把它用在私人用途上。
Chapter 5 Why I should take an oath before receiving the vow. Before anyone receives the vow, he has to take a vow which states that he will faithfully adhere to the principles of vow and will not reveal the secret teachings of the 3 treasures to anybody.
第5章为什么要力求告任？每个人在为求告前，必须先立愿，表白他将诚心告告，即不泄露天机3宝给任何人。
Chapter 6 How to Save Human Beings. Now you have received the Tao, which is ineffable, sacred and sublime. You have just been saved by someone, so now you should try your best to spread these exalted teachings to your fellow human beings and urge your family, friends and acquaintances to receive the Tao. This is of great merit for you because you are not only saving someone else's physical body from disaster, but you are also saving his true self from the sufferings of reincarnation. Also, you not only save that one person because, if he cultivates himself properly, he can also save 7 generations of his offspring by his virtue. How great is your merit!
第6章如何救度众生。如今你已得了大道至宝，你已被人救度，你也应该去救度别人。所以请你尽量的度你家人、亲戚、朋友求道，让他们亦得蒙上天之恩典，此乃你莫大之功德。因为你不仅救了他的灵性脱离轮回之苦，并且救他的色身脱离劫难，同时你不仅是救了一人，假若他真修，他将能以他的功德来超拔9玄7祖。你的功德何其大呀
！ndroduscdival.html
先天大道简介中应对照
http://www.taolibrary.com/category/category6/c63006.htm Introduction to Tao
先天大道简介
Introduction to Tao
中应对照先天大道简介1和为先天大道2道与我有什么关系？3求道是求什么？4求道对我有什么好处？5具备什么条件才可以求道？6求道对我的生活有什么影响？7道的宝贵有什么印证？1和为先天大道，先天大道又简称道。我们若仔细地去观察，心窍开悟之后，就可发觉宇宙间森罗万象皆是杂而有序，而自然界万事万物的运转也都有一定的法则。这天地人是万物的真主宰，就是道。道乃在天地生成之前即已存在，故曰先天大道。道者理也，理就是真理。在天地人万物未生以前，道即已存在，而道能生天、生地、生人、生万物万类。在天地人万物毁灭之后，道不会毁灭。道因为无去无来，不生不灭，乃代表着宇宙间亘古不变的真理。道的本体，也就是宇宙自然的本体。在混沌未判之初，宇宙间只是一团灵妙理，无天无地无人，也没有语言和文字， 所以我们实无法以任何语言文字或思虑来形容它。故大道无名强名曰道，我们也是勉强用到这个名词来代表它。在天地万物生成之后，道又能贯穿于宇宙万事万物之中，使一切的自然现象均能呈现和谐有条不紊的运转。这就是道的妙用。道大理为，我们虽然无时无刻离不开道的本体和妙用，却又很不容易去认识它。因此在2-3千年前，各教圣人应运出世，各化一方，针对当时天时地利及众生的根器，留下千经万典，传下诸多去恶从善的修持法门，同时也让芸芸众生认识了冥冥中宇宙万事万物均有一个真正的主宰，或称为上帝，或称为造化，或称为天主。我们称其为道或无生老，均是一名而同义。我们对道有了深一层的认识和体悟之后，就会了解天地间实无一物不是道之本体与妙用的合一。因此，道虽然涵盖各大教门的经义，为仙门外教的总源头，确实不局限于宗教的领域里。而上帝或老也不只代表着一切宗教的最高信仰中心，更是天地万事万物万类的根本源头与最高主宰，及宇宙间永恒不变的真理之道。所以我们今天有机会了解什么是先天大道，不只找到了各大教门的最高信仰中心，也找到了宇宙的根本源头与最高主宰，更能对宇宙至高无上的真理有一个初步的认识。道之真义，在先天之先不为先，在后天之后不为后，即大上有可量，即为上有可止，为道即大不可量，即为不可止。不所以大，无不包围，无不入，无所不贯，无所不通，无所不彻，贯彻了天地人万物万类，贯彻了33天外，贯彻了千经万典，贯彻了千法万法，贯彻了千教万教，贯彻了千佛万祖，贯彻了我之一身。此乃显天大道宝贵的真义，人人必须知真觉，亦即是人人与我，我与人人良心之行也。此乃万众一心，万国一家，世界大同，此先天大道之宝贵也。二，道与我有什么关系？道的宝贵在于它大而无所不包，细而无所不入。天地生成之后，道贯穿于天地万物万类，使得日月星辰之运转各有其时，4时之交替，万物之消长各有其序。而最宝贵的是这天地万物的主宰，同时也是我们人一生之主宰，曰性理，使得我们 不学而能看、能听、能吃、能动。因此，我们不只要探求天地间的治理，更要回头认识我们身上固有的真理。故先天大道即是性理真传。道的宝贵，并不在于它有什么神秘稀有或特殊之处，而是在于它平时，但我们却时时刻刻离不开它的本体与妙用。我们反观一下自身，就会发觉我们身体的结构是非常精密和奥妙的。我们轻轻地握一下手，就算是这么简单的一个动作，其中所牵涉到的所有关节物理作用、能量、化学反应、神经系统资料讯息之传输及脑部分析、判断和命令之下达，以目前全世界的科技知识和文明水准，也无法一一表达出来。但是我们做出个动作的能力，却完全不因个人知道上了程度的差异而有任何影响。无论是学识多丰富的学者，或是目不识丁贩夫走卒，无论是成人，或是刚出生不久的婴儿，都可以轻而易举地做出的动作。人人与生俱来，不学而知，不学而能，无增无减的良知良能，就是主宰我们一生的道。我们有学习而得到的知识和才能，有忘记的时候，有疏远的时候，而道的本体和妙用，不用学习，不用思考，大而能主宰宇宙的运作消长，小而能主宰我们一生之视听言动。我们有而不知其有，用而不知其用，却又无时无刻不能缺少它的不增不减，本自具足一切我们身上固有的道，因为就在我们身上，又称作自性老。我们了解了个主宰天地万物的道，在我们身上就有，它的作用不应受到我们赞美或否认而有任何增减。无论种族、肤色、国籍、宗教、信仰或贫贱富贵，均无分无别。因此，我们能求得先天大道，不只找到了宇宙的根本源头，也找到了不生不灭的真我。不只认识了宇宙，也认识了我一生的真正主宰。不只追求到了宇宙之治理，也找回了我身上本有的真理与良知良能。先天大道的根源是在我身上，原来固有的是我由先天带来的良知良能，即是我的良心。我的良心即是天心，天心即是道心，此心无形无相，即是真空。真空之妙，空而不空，空中妙有。妙有者，生天生地生人生万物万类之大本也。妙有者，万灵真在也，主宰天地人万物万类之真主宰，亦即是主宰我之一身。故曰道在无身，一切万能。 道离无身，此身百无一能。先天大道如此宝贵，乃人必须追求之道也。三求道是求什么？静心观察我们所存在的这个宇宙，我们往往会赞造物主的神奇。自然界每一刻皆有无数的事物在同时运转，而其整体却又是那么协调。我们身上的这个真理不也是一样吗？每一分一秒，我们身上皆有无数的生化反应、物理作用等同时发生。道的妙用分布在我们身上，不用学习，不用思考，其作用虽成千上万，合起来却只有一个自我。一切有条不紊，自然而成。道在无身，运用自如，在眼能视，在耳能听，在口能言，在鼻能闻香臭，在身能运用行动做事，此即道在我身之妙用。所以我们了解了道不只主宰这天地万物，更主宰我们一身。宇宙根本源头最高主宰于我一身主宰，并非二也。道的本体无形无相，我们肉眼看不到它，手也摸不到它，但它却无时无刻不在发挥其妙用，更进而随着天时及环境而发展出语言文字经典及造福人类的文明，此即是我们良知良能之作用。一般人不了解道在于我们自身的本体和妙用，只模糊意识到它的存在，便以灵魂代表它，我们称其为自性老。因其没有生灭，也不会毁坏，我们也称其为真我。此真我乃是最富足、最圆满、最光明、最完美、永恒不朽的。现在我们来生一看，看得见摸得着有形有相的肉体，能不能代表我把一个人生命中不同阶段的照片拿来比较，我们就可发觉面貌是无时无刻不在变化的。我们一般均习惯以相貌认人，但相貌却不是永恒的。我们的肢体也不是真我，某些人不幸失去了一只手或一只脚，仍是好好的活着。我们的内脏呢？现在科学昌明，其至仅能把动物的心脏成功地植入人体。我们不能因此说个人不是他自己了。就算头的脑细胞从我们一出生就开始不断的在坏死、减少和变化之，因此有形有相的肉体只是真我的一个工具而已。肉体虽然看似真实，却无时无刻不在改变之中，不拘数十年又变成一堆黄土。因它不是永恒的，我们称之为假我。对于真我和假我有所了解之后，我们也就可以了解我们为什么要求道了。如今我们非常幸运能有机会求得先天大道，求得的就是三宝。三 宝简单明了，但也博大精深，其内容在求道时会详细解说。现在只简单的提出2点。首先，求道就是直接点出了真正永恒不朽的真我，也就是良心本性的发。在物质文明远较精神文明昌盛的今日，假若迷失真我，我们的人生将有如行尸走肉。若是认假为真，更是我们为了盲目满足假我而做出害己害人的事情，造成自己在世时与死后的灾祸。因此，求道启发了我们内在本的真我良心，真我假我协调融合，使我们的人生不论存没，都是平安喜乐自在充实而有意义。其次，求道也就是开启了我们身上的正门，又称良心之门、智慧之门、慈悲之门。这个门非常的重要。当我们要离开一间房子时，自然由大门离去。如果此门无法开启，而被迫从窗户或阳台跳出时，就可能会摔断腿。我们的肉体就像一间房子，真我灵性就像是房子的主人。当有一天肉体要毁坏时，真我灵性若不得正门而出，被迫另寻旁门，其恐惧与焦虑是无法形容的，这也导致了死后的痛苦与不安。因此，我们可以发现到，绝大多数的人临终时，其肉体皆显现山僵硬、恐惧、无助与挣扎之相。求道就是开启我们个生来死去之正门，也就是通天大路。因此，我们今天很幸运能求道，求得三宝，打开灵性通天之正门，可以让我们找回真我，认识我自己身上的道，自然以良心作为待人物之准则，使人生更有意义，更进而解决生死大事，得到超生了死的保障。100年之后，回到我们的来父家乡。所以先天大道又是回天之道，先天大道之宝贵，即是千经万典不如一点。此典打开玄关正门佛门，天堂大路一步直超级的永生之道。此典宝贵，超佛越祖，超经越典，超越天地。得到这一点宝贵，它是诸经之师，诸法之王，诸佛之天地之，故曰超生了死极的永生，不毁不灭之先天大道也。此乃即是人人原来固有的，必须返回天之道也。四求道对我有什么好处？我们今天很高兴能有这个机缘求道，能够开启良心之门、智慧之门、通天之正门，这是第一步。这宝贵的道还能带给我们终生受用不尽的福之益，离苦的乐。人生在世，遭受种种之苦恼， 就其根源皆起因于迷失了真我。求道首先就是让我们认识人人身上固有的道，找回我们本有至真至善至美具足圆满永恒不朽的真我，在日常言行之中发挥真我，使我们一举一动皆能合于理，止于至善，自然不会受周遭的人事物所左右，我们的心也就不会患得患失。心为一身之主，我们既然在心境上有所提升，自然不会与邪恶之事相感应，则不相随心转，还可以改变命运，趋吉避凶，朝向光明，使我们得到真正的喜悦，逍遥自在。二多地南自有人类文明以来，道的真意便代代单传独授，其没落贯穿了早期的主要文明，如中国、印度等。奈何近百年来人类受物欲所逼，在空前繁荣的物质文明中逐渐迷昧了良心，甚至竟将制造威力极大的杀人武器。回顾数千年人类历史，在近代短短数十年间，便发生了2次世界大战，无数小战，伤亡无数。滥用科技文明，同时也损害了自然环境，造成大气臭氧层之破坏，全球性气候的改变，人心之变，干造了天灾人祸连连。人类已为自己酝酿了一个空前的浩劫，因此上帝洪恩慈悲，特将大道谱传于世，以挽救良善。求道以后，我们时刻存着道心，以良心待人处事。当遇有人力不可挽救的灾祸时，只要诚心使用三宝，必能灾必劫，逢凶化吉。此事验证甚多，不胜枚举。三超生了4人生，有如一段苦乐相参的旅程，遭受生存竞争、衰老、病痛、死亡等困苦，人皆难免。而人间种种欢乐又往往是短暂易变的，尤其当旅程结束时，终就成空，归宿渺茫，更不禁令人息独怅惘。是以智慧者有见于此，乃以超生了死，追求真实永恒的人生意义为人生至高之目标，不待先修后的。因此古人为求超生了死，尽毕生之力苦修苦行，仍难以访得名师达成心愿。如今大道谱传，先到后修，在求道过程中，天命名师一指，开启了我们通天正门，天赋予超生了死的保障。我们得道以后，认识了真我，以真我为主宰，远离邪心妄念，让我们的心念、言语、行为，无论待人处事，皆合于良知。100年之后，真我灵性自然返回故家乡，永享平安喜乐。 四成圣成贤求道，也就是为我们种下一个成圣成贤的正因道种。只要我们以智慧慈悲清净灌溉它，它必然萌芽开花结果。在此功利主义弥漫的黑暗时代，大道乃是光明的灯塔。求道修道不仅让我们能够独善其身，更使我们有机会可以兼善天下。求道之后，只要我们时刻抱着道心良心，在日常生活中真诚实践道的精神，不计个人得失荣辱，努力使周围每一个人都可得享道的好处，让道的光明照亮每一个角落，尽其一生精进不懈，则在世即成就圣贤事业。归天之后，必证圣贤果位无疑。先天大道的宝贵就是天道天命，天命就是三曹名师，名师一点玄关开，打开正门佛祖来。天堂飞在我身外，天上地下我都在。此乃先天大道的尊至贵至宝也。先天大道，天命宝贵，三曹名师这一点妙至极意，非是在言语文字相声音可得，非是在千经万典上的，非是在讲经说法上的，非是在世智辩聪上的，非是在博学才能上的，非是在才高八斗上的，以上皆是生死法对待法，非是超生了死脱对待了生死之法也。此次级的先天大道妙用妙能的宝贵，其妙极矣。此者是无师智，此智是妙智妙慧，此智此慧是我本来固有的，由先天带来的，亦即是在找回来天地人万物万类未生以前我的初心，即我良心天心道心老心也。先天大道之妙，此妙之贵，妙不容言，不学而知，不学而能，亦即是先天带来的先知先觉妙用妙能。此知此觉此能此用，不用言语文字声色，不用思想，不用念头，不用言听是动，而生天地人万物万类。生天地人万物万类之后，这天地人万物万类实可分妙，也离不开其妙用妙能，故曰万灵真主宰也。设若天离开先天大道之妙用妙能，则河汉星斗乱序，日月无光，亦不能轮转，则阴阳二气不能流通，万物万类世界的众生，人人皆不得其生存。设若大地离开先天大道之妙用妙能，这金木水火土不能相配，则现象丛生，山崩地裂，海水枯干，亦使万物万类世界的众生人人不能得其生存。设若人离开先天大道之妙用妙能，则寸步难行，眼不能看，耳不能听，口不能言，总之全身不能动作， 100日之后成了一堆臭骨臭泥土。此乃先天大道妙用妙能的宝贵，妙至极矣。设若觉悟认识先天大道之妙用妙能的支持而实行，即是天人合一天人一体治理，绝言妙不容言，不是死后成佛，当体即佛矣。故曰如来佛，如是佛也。此乃的先天大道修先天大道之好处。勿具备什么条件才可以求道？求道既然能够带给我们终生受用不尽的好处，我们今日能有机会求道，会不会显得太容易了？事实上，我们能得闻先天大道，首先要感谢上帝的恩慈，将自古不倾泻的大道普传于世，使我们有机会得此天之道。另一方面，我们本身也必须具备足够的条件，祖上有德，根基深厚，佛缘成熟，才能够顺利求道。此外，我们必须向宇宙至高无上的造物主上帝发一个良心愿，此愿可归纳为3个要点：一得道以后，愿以铭记并实践道的精神，也就是日常生活所思所言所行，皆愿以良心作为依归。2得道以后，愿以能力所及，助周围需要我们帮助的人，愿意多了解道的意义，并让更多的人蒙受天道的福祉。3得道以后，绝不将求得的3宝告知任何人。3宝必须在庄严的求道过程中，天命名师传授给我们，才有真实意义。若由我们泄露给其他人，则不但毫无意义，毫无效果，我们自己也违反了天律。的良心愿合乎人本具天赋的良知良能，所以我们人人都能够做到。真诚实践良心愿，也必须滋润我们求道时种下的智慧、慈悲、清净之正因道种，使它顺利萌芽、开花结果，才不至虚度这千载难逢的求道修道良辰。值得一提的是，我们能顺利求道，原因之一即是沾了祖德的光，是故上天开恩，只要我们修道有恒，则我们的祖先也有机会可以求道，超生得救。我们的子孙亦的印地，对父母祖先尽大孝，这是最好的机会。只要具备以上条件，则无论任何国界、种族、宗教信仰的人都可以求道。欲求得先天大道，脱出轮回之苦、地狱之灾，世间的穷通受忧、鳏寡孤独、生老病死苦，而返天堂永享天伦之乐者，必须我有得遇6万年良辰佳期的幸运。我本人心地善良，我有先天根基深厚，也就是我本人前世做的功德善事很多，此即天缘。 我本人祖先有功德，做善事，此即祖上有德。我牧人遇道引导师度我得道，此佛缘已至。也就是前生我们一同做过功德善事，或一同有修过宗教，今生遇天道降世，一同得道修道，此乃佛缘已至。六求道对我的生活有什么影响？现今正值上天恩开，先天大道普传，拯救良善之时，故普传方式皆以方便善巧，与众生契机为原则，因此求道不会对我们正常的生活造成任何负面影响。这与以往许多人苦修苦练，甚至出家的修行方式有很大差别。也正因为如此，先天大道能在日新月异的现代适应社会的各个阶层，传布到世界的各个角落，使人人皆有共沾天恩的闻大道的机会。关于求道对生活有什么影响，我们又以下几点来看。一、与任何宗教没有冲突，道代表着天地万物及我们一生之最高主宰与真理。不止在各大门创始之前，甚至在天地未生以前，道就已经存在了。因此，任何教门，只要其教义是追求真理及实践良心，就不会与道有任何冲突。事实上，不止宗教，只要我们以探求真理的角度去观察，则自然界万事万物皆能与道吻合与印证。若我们原有某种宗教信仰，求道将不会造成任何抵触，也不会使我们背弃原有的信仰，反而让我们对真理的探求有更深一层的体认。二、以良心经为最高规戒每一个人生活环境中的文化习俗、时代背景、法律条文及价值观念都不完全相同，因此没有任何一个具体的规戒或条文能够适用于所有的人。所以求道后的规戒着重在我们每个人真我良心之实践，由真我良心主宰自己，而不是在经典之背诵上及律法之钻研上下功夫。三、不照良心愿行。有和透过很重要的一点，求道并非从外在加给我们良心与真理，而是借着开启我们智慧慈悲之门，找回我们身上固有的真理，让天理良心自然流露。因此求道后，所有真修实行之人皆是自动自发的。是不求道后，若我们不照良心愿而行，并非将出现任何外力来强制我们遵行此愿，而是将受到自己良心的谴责，由真我良心督促自己，而自然改过向善。四、圣凡间修真我之实践，并不局限于教堂或寺庙之中。因此，现今大道普传 并不要我们家舍业到深山古寺之中修炼，而是在不影响家庭、工作、学业之正常情况下圣凡兼修。在日常生活中，时时刻刻一言一行，皆能以天理良心为依归，就是真我之实践。务由提升自己而兼善天下，求到后会使我们生活更充实，心灵更和谐。而更重要的是，我们每一个人尽一己之力，借自身之提升，影响周遭之人事物，继而汇成一股力量。在这举世天理良心日趋沦丧之潮流中，匡正人心，力挽狂澜。如此必能早日实现先天大道普传之宗旨，及弥勒国的仁慈大愿，化污浊的人间为人间净土，化纷乱的世界为世间天国。七道的宝贵有什么印证到是宇宙的至高真理？它的作用贯穿了天地万物万类，更是我们一生之最高主宰。真正了解了这一点，我们就会体认到，道是随时随处可以被印证的。许多贤贤得道之后，发出了大诚心、大信心、大智慧，真修真行，皆能参悟到，不止在各教经典之中可以印证到，其实在任何时间空间、万事万物我们之一身，甚至一草一木，皆离不开道的本体和妙用。体认至此，自然能发出永不退转之道心。而尚未求道或刚求道者，则需借助于一些具有形象看得到、感受得到的印证，以奠定初步的信心。依任何人，只要有求道，经过身淡天命之名师点开玄关正门，传授三宝者，无论其功德高深为末，死后皆是身软如棉，面色如生，灵性由正门归天，东不品湿，下不腐臭，甚有多至数日不变，亦相满世者。目前的科技文明和医学知识还未进步到足以解释这种现象，但却无法否认个事实的存在。这种现象虽曾出现在某些宗教中，但极其罕见而珍贵，而求道之人除信道不笃于反道拜德者，不敢定论外，其余则比比皆是。肉身既显似瑞香，足可证其灵性已登善境，当无疑问。二人虽不为万物之灵，其实是很脆弱的。自从生在这个世界上，就难免天灾人祸的威胁，甚多以求道者，在遇到人力不可挽救之危急情况下，诚心使用三宝，皆能大事化小，小事化无。这种例证多得不可胜数，无法在此一一例举。以上两点虽然极为宝贵，但却是任何人只要一求道， 借着上帝的天命宝贵，立刻就可以得到的保障，此后就随个人的诚心智慧及对真理之实践，而有或深或浅不同的体验了。如人饮水，冷暖自知。希望各位具有善根，有机会能得闻大道的先生女士，皆能入宝山而满载而归，皆能求道而同真善境。
Introduction to DAY. What is DAYI? DAO and MEII. What it is in DAYD. What do I get in RECI beginning DAOB? What do we need to receive DAOBI? What impact does receiving DAO have on MEDII? What can attest the validity of DAOI? What is DAO? Observing the cosmos and all the living beings consciously, among all the earthly activities and phenomena, we will find the existence of the laws of nature. There is a supernatural origin which guides all the operations happening across the galaxy, the earth, and the human beings. We call this source DAO. Tao existed before primordial time, and even before the universe was merged. It is the origin of the world, and it thereafter nurtures all the creatures and beings. Since it is unchangeable and does not evolve with time, it is the ultimate truth. It is what all saints and sages throughout human history had been searching for. The essence of Tao is the foundation of nature. The law or the power that existed before the universe was formed is beyond description, because there were no civilizations nor creatures, let alone languages. Since it cannot be applied any name, we simply call it Tao. After the world was merged, along with the mutations of the universe, we see the harmonious actions as exhibited in seasonal changes, rhythms of time and tide, and the balance of the ecosystem. We also find some conformity of human nature across various cultures. These prove the laws of nature. This is the extension of that original Tao when it is substantiated and materialized. It merged into everything that is within us. Now that we know Tao is present universally and yet difficult to be recognized, there had been prophets and preachers trying to make us know and understand the origin and the truth of life through various teachings and literature since the beginning of civilization. They were scattered around the world throughout history. As a result, great commandments were taught to disciples and goodness and badness were differentiated. These teachings varied, based on differences in culture, background, timing and the level of each individual's comprehension. However, they all tried to express and transmit to their descendants this Creator and Chief of the universe. It is God, or what we call Tao. As we get to know it more and more, we will realize that the essence of Tao and its effect covers every existence without any exceptions. Tao is actually the headwaters of all religions. It embraces the essence of all the preaching and teachings, and yet, it is superior to the system of belief. It is the nature, the universe itself. Tao or God represents the highest authority and power of nature. It is also the headstream and superior to all. It is the unchangeable principle. Understanding Tao allows us not only to discover the center of all religious belief, but also to communicate with the origin and the highest power of nature. We will then be able to relate ourselves to the truth of the universe. To probe further, Tao existed before the formation of all, yet it was not anterior, which means that the creation was embedded in it. Tao emerges into the creation, yet is not posterior, which means that it is not thereafter limited. Among those created, however large, they can be measured, however small, they can be detected. It is only Tao that cannot be measured of its immensity nor detected of its existence. Therefore, it is larger than the largest and leaves nothing excluded, and yet it can be smaller than the smallest and leaves nothing not penetrated. It is ubiquitous. It merges into and governs all. It is in charge of the space, the earth, human beings, all the creatures, and all existences. It penetrates and regulates the entire universe. It is the source of all the scriptures, sutras, as well as dharmas. It encompasses all the religions, and it is what makes one a Buddha or a saint. It is the single chief of all. And, above all, it is in charge of each individual too. It is the Divine Self. This is the true meaning of Tao. We should get to know it this way and rediscover our own invaluable treasure. So, to practice Tao is to revive one's own conscience as well as everyone else's and to act upon it accordingly. Then, all people can be of one spirit, all nations can be in peace like a family, and the great harmony will come true. How precious Tao is! Tao and me. The significance of Tao is in its immensity and ubiquity. Its mightiness guides the universe to carry on with changing seasons and evolving creatures. The countless aspects of the natural phenomena seem so capricious and yet really in order and in cycles. This almighty being also resides in each of us. It is the Divine Self, the natural quality of a person. It enables us to see, to feel, to taste, to hear, and to move without learning. While we research the ultimate truth in the universe, we should turn in upon and see into ourselves to discover that Divine Self. We will find the rules that govern the universe also comply with the way we are. Tao is not something too far to reach, nor too mysterious to comprehend. It is nothing particular, but has to do with our daily lives. We cannot do without it. Every movement we make, in order to see, to touch, to feel and to think, is associated with Tao. Consider how many wonders are hidden in our body, how delicately our physical functions are carried out. For example, when we shake hands, the components involved would include the coordination of joints and muscles, the chemical reactions of energy, the transmission of information through nerve systems, and the actions occurring in our brain such as issuing orders, making judgments and analyzing situations. Even with the most advanced technology and the highest level of knowledge we have developed today, we cannot completely reconstruct such a function. Yet the ability to perform such a simple movement is there for all individuals, regardless of the level of a person's knowledge and his/her being a grown-up or a baby, a scholar or an illiterate. These are the kind of abilities we come equipped with naturally, without learning and being taught. It sits within us and is in charge of all. It is Tao, never diminishes nor inflates. Worldly knowledge acquired through learning can be forgotten. A gymnast can abandon his/her techniques and a musician can lose his/her skills without practicing. The essence of Tao and its extension are always in charge of the macro-universe, the nature, and the micro-universe, the human being's self. We are associated with it unconsciously since the first day. Because it encompasses the whole nature within us, we also call it native self. Tao is within and surrounding us. It needs not be worshipped nor debated over, because its existence is unconditional, regardless of race, color, nationality, religion or status. It is impartial and stays constant. In receiving Tao, we not only find the origin of the universe, but also the divine self. We get to know the highest power in the universe as well as the genuine nature in charge of self. We discover the ultimate truth of the cosmos as well as the integrity of ourselves. Recognizing that the laws which govern the universe also govern us makes us be able to return to our true nature. To probe further, the most essential concept in Tao is that we all possess it intrinsically. It is the wisdom and ability we were born with without learning or practicing. It is one's conscience, which is like the Spirit of God, the divine and immortal nature. It is invisible and intangible. For this reason, we call it genuine emptiness, which means that to be really empty, it goes beyond emptiness and can therefore have marvelous existence in it. Marvelous existence is the foundation for the sky, the earth, human beings, all the creatures, and all existences. With omnipotence, Tao is called Great Lord of all beings. This almighty being is not only in charge of the entire universe, but also in charge of oneself. So the proverb is, Tao is within self, which is the drive of all one's abilities. A physical body without Tao is useless. This is the treasure that we should all realize and fully explore. What it is indeed. When we look around the world, we admire the miracles and wonders of nature. Countless things change and move simultaneously every second, and yet in order and in harmony. So do our bodies. Countless biochemical reactions and physical functions occur concurrently within our bodies. Without learning and thinking that comes subjectively, The thousands of activities that happen within us are the extension and action of Tao. And altogether, it is one single self. It functions naturally and automatically without the need for our intents to be involved. This is the effect of Tao within us. Tao is not only in control of the universe and nature, but also in charge of every human being in his/her own actions. In other words, it is the same source that governs us as well as everything else. Tao is invisible and intangible, but it has been working out its magic before day one. Thereafter, languages, cultures, religious scriptures, literature, and civilization were developed. They all originate from Tao functioning within us. People don't realize it is Tao that has been residing and working within us and have used soul to represent the confusing and yet irrefutable being. Because it is eternal and intangible, we also call it true self. This true self is the most abundant, brilliant, and imperishable being. Let us take a look at our tangible body and see if it can be the true self. We know the pictures taken throughout one's life show different faces and expressions. We recognize people by face, but our looks change and are not permanent. The handicapped, with impaired arms or legs, can also lead a complete life. One with a transplanted animal heart is still a human being. Even our brain cells keep decreasing and changing every second from the moment we were born. Therefore, the physical body is only the interim residence of the true self. Though it seems so real, solid and alive, it turns into dirt eventually. We call it false self because of its tentative and transient nature. By recognizing the difference between the true self and the false self, we understand the reason and importance for us to receive Tao. Luckily, we are given the opportunity of receiving Tao and learning the three treasures. The three treasures are straightforward yet profound. The meaning and details of them will be illustrated through the rite of receiving Tao. Here, we only discuss two issues. First, by receiving Tao, the true self gets plucked out. It leads to our conscience. Upon the time when material pursuance surpasses spiritual seeking, giving up the true self only makes us a walking corpse. In order to fulfill and satisfy the sensational desires of the false self, we may commit wrongdoings and harm others, eventually creating troubles for ourselves. Our inner conscience is identified and enlightened by receiving Tao. Thus, the body gets to work with the spirit in a mutually beneficial and harmonious way, making our lives joyful and meaningful. Second, by receiving Tao, the front door or main gate of our bodies gets opened. It leads us to conscience, mercy and wisdom. When we leave a house, we leave through the front door. If the front door is locked, we may have to leave through the back door, or even by breaking the window or jumping off the balcony. We may fall and get hurt by doing so. Our body is like a house, and our soul is the master who lives in the house. One day, when the body is aged and depleted and the soul has to leave, we can imagine its horror if it cannot leave through the correct exit. This is the pain and discomfort human beings experience at the coming of death and after death. As we know, for most people, when they are dying, their body shows stiffness, and signs of helplessness and confusion. After we receive Tao, the door of life and death will be opened. Being able to receive Tao and the three treasures while having the door to heaven opened, we had the opportunity to recognize the true self and the Tao that dwells within us. We are going to treat people and the world with conscience and make our lives more meaningful. We can transcend life and death. Within 100 years, we will be able to return to where we came from. Therefore, the heavenly Tao is also the way to return back to heaven. To probe further, the enlightenment of Tao is superior to studying thousands of sutras. This is the value of Tao. The enlightenment of Tao opens the main gate, the front door, which is the entrance to heaven. It gives us the guarantee to be exempted from rebirth cycles and to reach eternity. The superiority of this enlightenment lies in that it surpasses Buddhas and saints, it exceeds the scope of sutras and dharmas, and it transcends the universe. Tao is therefore source of all sutras, king of all dharmas, mother of all Buddhas, and creator of the universe. Transcendence of rebirth cycles leads to eternity. Being imperishable, Tao never deteriorates, and we had never lost it at all. Hence Tao is the direct way back to heaven. What do I get in RECI beginning DAO? As mentioned earlier, by receiving Tao, we act upon our conscience, gain more wisdom, and find the door to heaven. In addition to these basics, we also benefit from the following for our lifetime. Being away from sufferings and closer to happiness. The troubles and worries we face in our daily lives mostly result from our disregard of the true self. Receiving Tao helps us to recognize the Tao that has been dwelling in us and to restore the beauty of the true self, so that our behavior and mind is free from being controlled by the earthly pleasures and being swayed by the losses and gains of the material world. Since our minds are cultivated spiritually, devils would not approach and get close to us. Thus, our fortune can be altered from bad to bright, and we can obtain real joy. Being away from disaster and calamities. Tao has been passed on through generations to one single master since the beginning of human history. The thread of its passage weaves through ancient civilizations, including China and India. However, in recent centuries, human beings had been trapped by materialism and a weaker sense of right and wrong. Wars prompted the development of powerful lethal weapons. In reviewing the thousands of years of human history, we realize In just less than 100 years, there had been 2 major world wars, which caused numerous killings and tragedies. The abuse of science and technology has also destroyed the ecology, causing damage to the ozonosphere and the unbalance of the climate. The corruption of human beings' minds has called the natural disasters to come. The human have created calamity. God, with His mercy, makes Tao available to everybody in order to save good people. After we receive Tao, with the true meaning of Tao in mind, we will be conscientious. We can use the 3 treasures whenever something dangerous and uncontrollable happens to us. We will be able to get away from bad encounters. This is a confessed fact. See, transcending life and death. Life is a mixture of happiness and bitterness. Throughout the journey of life, we experience birth, growth, aging, illness, and death. Joys are momentary and wealth is here today and gone tomorrow. Rather than seeking the pleasure of material life, the wise make full use of their lifetime searching the true meaning of life and eternity. In old times, Tao could only be received after harsh self-cultivation. Among the hermits looking for the Master in order to receive Tao, only very few could obtain it. Whereas in this century, Tao is allowed to be spread and transmitted through the authorized masters to the truth seekers. The Master points out the main gate of life and death, assuring the completeness of our true self. With the true self as our guide, which keeps us away from evil and greed, it helps us think, speak, and act in accordance with our conscience and intuition. Death then becomes the return of our soul to the eternal and peaceful home where we came from. Thus, we will have lasting joy. The achieving sacred beings the enlightenment of Tao, which reveals the true self, is like the planting of the seed of righteousness and integrity. Through self-cultivation and self-improvement, the nurturing of wisdom, kindness, and purity, it will blossom and produce the fruit of sacred mind and eternal life. In time of overwhelming utilitarianism, Tao is the lighthouse to the truth. Receiving Tao, and then cultivating ourselves, not only improves our own lives, but also gives us the opportunity to better the world. After we receive Tao, we act upon our conscience and care for people around us. We cherish Tao and disregard personal disadvantages. Then we make an effort to spread the message of Tao to the world, in order for everyone to benefit from it. We are devoting ourselves to the work of God, and certainly will achieve spiritual perfection in both this world and the world after life. To probe further, the supremacy of Tao is based on the heavenly decree of God, by which Grand Masters can perform the passage of Tao. The enlightenment of Tao from Grand Masters directly opens the main gate of our bodies, which revives our divine nature. It reveals that heaven is not beyond oneself. Instead, One's true self merges into the entire universe. This is the supremacy of Tao. 1. With the heavenly decree, the enlightenment of Tao is extremely profound and marvelous. It cannot be completely expressed by any words of languages. It is not recorded on any scriptures or sutras. It cannot be described by preaching, nor can it be acquired by human intelligence, nor derived from knowledge and experience, nor achieved from gifted talents. Because the above-mentioned all have to be created and can be eliminated, which means that they cannot last forever themselves. They all bear partiality and cannot be applied universally. Hence, they cannot surpass life cycles, nor can they reach eternity. 2. The wonder of the effects and omnipotence of Tao is beyond words. It is the wisdom that does not come from learning. It is what we acquire from God and possess intrinsically. It is the same divine heart before the creation of the universe. It is conscience, the holy heart. It is the divine and immortal nature, the Spirit of God. 3. Tao is too marvelous to be described. It makes us know without learning and function without practicing. It is a prior wisdom, perception, potency, and ability. It is not constrained by words or languages. It functions without thinking, intents, or even actions. However, it can create the sky, the world, the human, all beings, and all existences. All these, after being created, still cannot carry on without Tao even for one moment. Tao is therefore called Great Lord of all beings. 4. Without Tao, the stars and planets in the sky wouldn't have been in order. The sun and the moon couldn't have illuminated or revolved properly. Then the yin-yang energies wouldn't have circulated, and, as a result, this world wouldn't have been suitable for all of us to live in. 5. Without Tao, the 5 primary elements of the earth, metal, wood, water, fire, and soil, wouldn't have been balanced and complemented one another, which could have put the entire world in chaos. Mountains would have collapsed, lands would have cracked, and oceans would have dried up. Likewise, this world wouldn't have been an environment for us to live in. 6. Without Tao, we, human beings, wouldn't have been able to walk, to see, to hear, to speak, or to move. Our physical bodies would deteriorate quickly into a pile of soil in 100 days. 7. If one really comprehends the effects and omnipotence of Tao, and can practice accordingly and persistently, one can communicate with and be united with God. This is the absolute truth. It is a glory and marvel beyond description. Therefore, it's not after death that one becomes a Buddha. It is when one is still alive that one achieves being a Buddha. And to be a Buddha is to revive and hold on to one's divine and original nature. This is what we benefit from attaining and practicing Tao. What do we need to receive Tao? We had discussed the many benefits we obtain after receiving Tao. Some would wonder why there is so much given to us. Of course, we should realize it comes from God's grace toward human beings. This allows Tao to be spread around the world, especially at the approaching of the worldwide calamity. People with merit and conscientious mind will have the opportunity of learning about Tao and the way back to heaven. It always holds true that people who had the fortune of receiving Tao are derived from the tree of righteous ancestors. In addition, during the passage of Tao, it is required that we make promises to God that, after we receive Tao, we will keep in mind the true meaning of Tao and put it into action in our daily life. What we speak and what we do will all be based on our conscience. After we receive Tao, we offer help to those in need of it, and do our best to indicate Tao to more people so that they can all benefit from the grace of God. After we attain the 3 treasures, we promise not to tell them to any other person. The 3 treasures can only be transmitted through authorized masters in front of God. If we reveal them to any person, they become invalid to the person, and we also defy the heavenly decree. All the promises required are reasonable and achievable. It goes with our nature. If we practice and keep the promises, we will be able to become a wiser and a better person. We will become merciful, and nurture the good seed of Tao planted in our mind. One last thing to mention is that one of the reasons we are able to receive Tao is due to the good deeds of our ancestors. Therefore, as we persistently practice Tao, our ancestors will also benefit from it, and so will our descendants. As long as you are prepared for the above mentioned, you are qualified to receive Tao, no matter what nationality, race, or religion you belong to. Notes: in order to be exempted from the rebirth cycles, to avoid the ordeal of hell, to alleviate the suffering and misfortunes in our lives, and to be able to return back to heaven after death and enjoy permanent happiness, we have to receive Tao. And the general qualifications are: 1. To be with a compassionate heart, and to be fortunate enough to be born in a time when Tao is available to the public. 2. To have sowed the seeds of virtue by helping many people and offering lots of charitable services in the previous lives. This is the divine affinity with God. 3. To have ancestors with beneficences and welfare work as well. 4. To meet the introducer and guarantor who indicate the way to attain Tao to me. It is very likely that, in the previous lives, we did charitable services together, or we cultivated together in the same religion. So, in this life, when Tao is available, we can help each other out and practice Tao together again. So time is ripe for Tao due to our divine affinity. What impact does receiving Dao have on me? As we mentioned before, and like the old days when hermits had to leave their families to receive Dao through meditation and self-cultivation, Dao, at the present time, can be received in a way that is applicable and conforming to our practical needs. We don't have to give up our lifestyle in order to attain Dao. By the grace of God, Dao is intended to be delivered to the public at all levels of occupations and around the world, rather than being limited to a privileged group of people. The impacts that receiving Dao can have on our daily life are summarized as the following. A receiving Dao creates no conflicts with any religions. Dao governs the universe, including all human beings. It existed before the formation of any religions. It is concordant with all religions, in the sense that religions preach the awareness of conscience and the pursuit of the truth. We don't need to give up our religion in order to receive Dao. On the contrary, by receiving Dao, we will have further understanding of the truth. The conscience becomes our ultimate guidance due to the variations of cultures, customs, backgrounds, legislation, and value systems. It is difficult to find a universal guideline for all of us to follow in our daily life. In receiving Dao, the main commandment is to act by our conscience, the true self, rather than by literature. We should be sensitive to the conscience, rather than be familiar with the laws. C. We will voluntarily keep the promise made while receiving Dao. Through receiving Dao, we are not offered conscience or true self, but merely the opening of the door to wisdom and mercy. Therefore, we restore the heavenly principles inherent in us, and strengthen the power originating from our conscience. There is no external force that makes us keep the promises and commitments that we made when we received Dao. The only force comes from the guilty feelings that result from our misbehaviors, which reduces the mistakes we make. The practicing Dao can accommodate our worldly affairs. The fulfillment of practicing Dao and conscientious awareness does not have to be accomplished in a temple or church. It is not required to abandon worldly belongings or relationships in order to attain the ultimate truth. Each individual can still have his/her family, career, and schooling at the same time. As long as we keep in mind the basic guideline we should have our practicing Dao and getting closer to our divine self. We will make a better world by improving ourselves first after we receive Dao. By realizing the true self and what we are, the feeling of joy comes to us. The improvements on the quality of our spiritual life will affect people surrounding us. By interacting and working together in Dao, we will make the world better with lower crime rate and less pollution. The wish of Maitreya will finally come true to turn the world into God's kingdom and make people all live in harmony. VII. What can attest the validity of Dao? due to its completeness and generality, regulates the totality of all beings. Many people, after receiving Tao, with their wisdom, faith, and devotion, realize that Tao is the fundamental principle that governs all things. They comprehend the truth of the universe not only through literature, but also through daily living and nature. Their faith in Tao becomes strengthened and they move forward in their spiritual life. However, for people who haven't or just received Tao, Tao can be confirmed through revelations. Anyone who has received Tao with the front door open shall die peacefully. One proof of this is that for those who have received Tao and died, their bodies remain soft and their faces vivid. Since the soul leaves the body through the correct exit, the corpse can actually remain uncorroded for a few days. With the most advanced modern science and technology, it is still difficult to explain this phenomenon. However, it is a fact that cannot be denied. This has happened before in some religions, but very rarely. For people who have received Tao, this kind of testimony is ubiquitous, unless they have committed serious sins and corrupted their own mind. This can prove the soul has reached an ultimate harmony. Being the superintendent of the things on earth, human beings are nonetheless weak. Since birth, we are subject to unpredictable accidents and natural disasters. There have been many people who encountered danger, used the three treasures with faith, and got away from the danger or reduced the damage to the minimum. Testimonies of this kind are numerous. The above two mentioned are rarely heard of and difficult to believe, but they are the immediate security given by God once a person has received Tao. Thereafter, with each individual's faith, wisdom, and the accumulation of good deeds, one will come to know the truth more and more. It is up to you to experience the value of this treasure. I hope you will have the opportunity to receive Tao, experience it in your life, achieve ultimate perfection, and realize eternity.
认识老母娘天上帝是否存在天？古人认为天是有情感能思想的存在者。孔子说过：或罪于天，无所导也。所作所为得罪了上天，有违天理，那么祈祷再多也是没有用的。于所否者，天厌之，做了违背良心的事情，上天就会唾弃我为为乎？为天为大，伟大啊！只有天最高大天。孔子、孟子思想中，天似乎也是能安排一切的主宰。孟子也说过：天将降大任于斯人也，必先苦其心志，劳其筋骨，饿其体肤，空乏其身，行拂乱其所为。所以动心忍性，增益其所不能。道大道无形，生育天地；大道无情，运行日月；大道无名，掌养万物。吾不知其名，象名曰道。 心境经有一位真神，自从造天地以来，神的永能与神性是明明可知的，自己是眼不能见，但借着所造之物，就可以晓得，叫人无可推诿。罗马书第1章第20节，我们要如何向人证明真正有一位上帝的存在？虽然上帝的存在不需要也不可能用人的方法来证明，但是很多人都不由自主地相信宇宙当中必然有一位冥冥中的主宰。在我们生活经验中，当我们尽了所有的努力，常常会带着希望说谋事在人，成事在天，生死有命，富贵在天。当事情不太顺利时，我们也常安慰自己说天无绝人之路，若事情已经绝望了，我们只好叹息天不从人愿。最后事情若起死回生时，我们会高兴地说天理昭昭，老天有眼，有一位真神上帝，看不见的并不表示就不存在，如空中有许多电波承载着美妙的音乐影像，虽然看不见电波，只要能借着适合的方法收音机电视，我们不但能知道电波的存在，而且能与这些电波有正确的接触。上帝虽然是我们肉眼所不能见，但借着他所创造的浩瀚宇宙和微妙自然，我们就能知道有一位真上帝，万物的创始者，有一位真神太初有道，道与神同在，道就是神，这道太初与神同在。万物是借着他造的，凡被造的没有一样不是借着他造的。新约约翰福音1:13，圣经创世纪1.01分
5 General 1:1
起初神创造天地，
General 1:2
地是空虚混沌渊面黑暗，神的灵运行在水面上。
General 1:3
神说要有光，就有了光。
General 1:4
神看光是好的，就把光暗分开了。
General 1:5
神称光为昼，称暗为夜，有晚上，有早晨，这是头一日。老母娘上帝阿拉，万物之真宰，明明上帝，无量心虚至尊至圣，三界十方万灵真宰，老母娘，明明上帝，老母娘，生天生地生万物，为天地万物生灵之真主宰，又称无生老母，又称明明上帝。上帝当知道，我们所敬奉的真神，就是四书五经所说的上帝。这真神两个字和上帝两个字，音虽不同，意思却是一样。就如大雅所说的因之谓丧失，克配上帝。朱子说上帝就是天的主宰。小雅上说按形体而论，就叫做是天；按主宰而论，就叫做是地。 既是诸子和程子两个讲解，和真神两个字的意思是一样，就可以明白我们所敬奉的真神，就是古年间的圣人所敬奉的上帝。基督教辟邪归正论第56页老母娘清净经云：大道无形，生育天地，可知天地之源出自于道，未有天地，先有此道。道德经首母章第52，天下有始，以为天下母。既得其母，以知其子，父守其母，莫身不在。皇母训子10戒，3戒为道如尊我如尊，生克制化老身份。3戒十方母为主，养育圣凡一灵根。道生一，一生二，二生三，三生万物。道创天地而与天地同在，自性佛，即是灵，看不见抽象，但是它却存在每一位十方善知识的身上。所谓道化成肉身，住在我们中间。天主佛与自性佛主耶稣对父神说：正如你父在我里面，我也在你里面，使他们也在我们里面。约翰17:21，道德经混成章第25，有物混成，先天地生，即西辽西，独立而不改，周行而不殆，可以为天地母。吾不知其名，自之曰道，强为之名曰大。大曰始，始曰远，远曰反。故道大，天大，地大，人亦大。域中有4大，而人居其一焉。人法地，地法天，天法道，道法自然。大万军之耶和华说：从日出之地到日落之处，我的名在外邦中必尊为大。在各土人地奉我的名烧香。马拉基书1:1，老子曰：道大，天大，地大，人亦大。道德经混成章第25，皇母老母娘，即是无极老母，无极老祖，无生老母。皇母天父，天上的父，耶和华万军之耶和华神，上帝真神，阿拉真神主，真主造物主，为皇上帝，明上帝道真理。老母娘慈训，明灵异变，光上帝赐，而真宝藏无量，慈怀传一旨，清虚大化，救援皇至尊，无上威灵力，至圣心法，复贤良3戒法，与慈云布十方，共沐朝母娘，万灵归根，乐欢喜，真载无为，居天堂。老母娘上帝，阿拉万物之真载，明上帝，无量清虚，至尊至圣3界，十方万灵真载，一点明上帝圣号之意，以明是代表先天纯阳光明本性。所以明不为是超越现象界的明，且是内在的明。超越现象界的明为天命，内在的明为人人具足的本性良知。上帝即宇宙的最高主宰，他是诸天神圣3，是诸神之本， 也是宇宙唯一至尊的神。他不但是灵性之根源，也是创造宇宙生育天地运行日月长养万物的大主宰。在人而言，亦如无人本具之本性良知，如帝尧之大仁，虞舜之大巧，夏禹之大功，文王之大德，周公之大才，老子之感应，孔子之忠恕，释迦之能静，耶稣之博爱，穆圣之清真，观音之大慈，世子之喜舍，文殊之大智，普贤之大行，弥陀之平直，观圣之刚正，纯阳之虚明，五目之精中，等十方众圣，三世诸佛，一切奥义妙理，无量智慧功德，神通妙用，全是由上帝的性体中流露出来的。上帝的性体尽虚空遍法界，我们所看到的一切，所看不到的一切，全是上帝所变现的，所以我们时时刻刻都是与上帝同在的。上帝的灵光大而无极，范围天地，小而无内，细入无间。凡是日月星辰，江海井泉，白云彩虹，雨露霜雪，一花一木，一草一蛋，宇宙森罗万象，全在上帝的性海中。无量清虚形容明明上帝是无量智慧之根本，无量妙行之本处，无量功德之源头，是真空妙有，虚灵不灭的。至尊至圣世尊崇其位为至尊至贵，至高无上的，敬奉其德是圆融完美无缺的。三界十方，三界是指欲界、色界、无色界。十方指东西南北东南西北东北西南上下，表上帝的性体尽虚空遍法界无所不在。
X
三界28天图万灵真在说明上帝的圣灵大而无极，范围天地，小而无内，细入无间，为万有之本源，万化的真主宰。所以明明上帝为一切生灵的大总持，在传统道场亦有尊称为无生老母，或以母字为代表，其意义如同明明上帝具有形上义与形象义，为万物苍生生命的大本源头。三界十方万灵真在至尊至圣无量心虚言其本体尊崇其位，敬奉其德，载主其尊，用在万灵，便不恒用在不言为范其及形容其大，说明其相明明上帝母字与母同音同义，字形与母字相近。母字的情义一点中加中是天下之大本，代表体；是阴阳，代表用。体用合一为母，有体无用则至空，有用无体乃直相，即体即用，即用即体，体用合一，即是佛也。二点点代表无极，点代表真如本心，三点中线拉直透出圈外，表示超乎太极之外， 贯乎太极之中。4点母字正转90度，表示先天灵性之母。先天母乃外灵主宰，灵性之母亲无形永久之如来自性。太极字的形义中是天下之大本，代表体。2点是阴阳，代表用。从代表无极，动生阴阳，从直心代表真如本心。太极图各教圣人对老母娘的尊称1点如叫天上帝、明上帝为皇上帝等，中庸交涉之理，所以是上帝。天命之谓请，诗经小雅明上帝昭灵下土，大雅上帝灵汝无二耳心。书经汤告为皇上帝，降中于下民，若有恒性。2点佛教大日如来毗卢遮那无生等法华文具会本法身如来名毗卢，此翻译遍一切处。坛经一问挺，若悟无生顿法，见西方只在刹那。大日经书亦云，但因毗卢遮那者，是日之别名，即除安片名之意也。同16曰，所谓毗卢那者，日也。如世间之日，能除一切暗明，而生长一切万物，成一切众生是也。今法身如来亦复如是，不以为喻也。3点道教无道无极天尊等。道德经有物混成，先天地生，即七辽息，独立而不改，周行而不殆，可以为天下母。吾不知其名，自之曰道。天下万物生于有，有生于无。4点也叫真神耶和华天主天父上帝等。圣经创世纪，上帝照自己的形象创造了人。5点回教阿拉真主。乌克兰经卷一奉大人大慈真主之名。6点先天大道无生老母明上帝无量心虚至尊至圣三界十方万灵真宰。真主古兰经，如果你问他们谁创造了天地，制服了日月，他们必定说真主296亿。如果你问他们谁从云中降下雨水而借雨水使已死的大地复活呢，他们必定说真主2963。真主古兰经，他是真主，是独一的主。112真主是万物所仰赖的。1122他不生，也不被生。1123没有任何物可以与他匹敌。1124真神道上帝生命在他头，这生命就是人的光，内光是真光，照亮一切生在世上的人。这等人不是从血气生的，不是从情欲生的，也不是从人意生的，乃是从上帝生的道成了肉身，住在我们中间，充充满满的有恩典，有真理。约翰福音1491314耶和华
Yav
耶和华
Yav /Yahweh/
的称呼，在原文之意义，乃是自有拥有的他，亦即不生不灭诸天之国与神之国，神为诸天之国之上的主宰，母居里天，在诸天之上，为万灵真宰。诸天之国与神之国，宇宙能量，整个宇宙充斥着舞动的能量。除了此舞动的能量，我们的宇宙一无所有。在某个时间点，这些能量分成许多有知觉的能量与无知觉的能量，从而有意分为二就对立。斯瓦米维达帕若提
Swami Vedabharati
者着火瑜伽约翰一书第4章第13节，神将他的灵赐给我们，从此就知道我们是住在他里面，他也住在我们里面。约翰一书3:24，遵守神命令的，就住在神里面，神也住在他里面。我们所以知道神住在我们里面，是因他所赐给我们的圣灵。神的灵住在我们里面何处？约翰一书与约翰福音在文体上颇相似，因此可能是来自于同一个作者。福音书作者约翰，神上帝老母娘的灵住在我们里面。圣经创世纪提到上帝创造天地万物的情形，创造人时，耶和华神用地上的尘土造人，将生气吹在他鼻孔里，他就成了有灵的活人。创世纪2:75教看到佛家所言正法掩藏灵山柳之净瓶主人翁真主人真如等等。儒家所言大学之道三人之行天命等等。道家所言古神荼毒玄牝众妙之门等等。回教所言阿米木亮木米木回回之地等等。基督教言十字架用火施洗窄门等等。对于以上所谈之名词，没有求道的人是无法体悟的，所以说摸得着根的成佛祖，摸不着根的瞎修行，而道就是万教所要找的根。个根如没有经活佛师尊名师指点，是无法找到的。可见求道的重要。